likely have completely lost our way, but you have cared for us, withholding the consequences we deserve and blessing us with bounty we have not earned. To your mercy and grace we turn again. We are asking for justice and righteousness, prosperity, peace and safety in all things. We bless you for the environmental rain and snow. We bless you for the economic development. We bless you for security and safety. We bless you for wise and forthright leadership. We earnestly pray for these our civic leaders. We pray for the wisdom that comes from above to guide their decisions in all matters concerning this city. May it be that Fresno becomes the model for our entire state for good government, financial, physical, and moral health. We depend on you for your blessings. With grace toward all, I pray in the name of Jesus Christ the Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. If we could raise the flag.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again, Pastor Lemons. We'll now move to approval of tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Council colleagues, are there any changes to the agenda you'd like to make? Okay, at this time, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. We have a motion by Member Soria and a second by Member Bredefeld. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have people going in and out. I'm assuming that was a yes vote. And so we have Member Baines is not here, and neither is Member Capriolio. So 5-0 with 2 absent. All right, at this time we have ceremonial presentations, and the first one is Member Soria doing the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month.
So good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure this week to do the SPCA Pet of the Month, and there's an opportunity for our community to help Zelda. She's a little bit under about 2 years old, and so we want to encourage our residents from the community to support the pets that SPCA gets a hold of and takes care of, and so we want to also thank them for the work that they're doing. If maybe you want to share a little bit more about Zelda and how we can, how people can adopt a pet. Oh, sure. She's a little shy.
So with me today is Zelda. Like Councilmember said, she's about 2 years old. She's a Spaniel Terrier mix, we believe. She came to us as a stray, as many of our dogs do. On average, we receive about 35 animals per day. And so currently our shelter is very full, so we definitely recommend when people are looking to adopt pets, you adopt through a shelter, you rescue a homeless animal, because there are so many that need homes, like Zelda here today. She's very sweet, she's very calm. She'll be good for like a low energy household. And if anyone is interested in adopting her or any of our other many animals that are available, they can come on down to the shelter. The adoption fee is $180, and that includes the spay or neuter, microchip, first vaccinations. There's a year of licensing for Fresno City residents, a visit to a vet for free. So it includes a lot of great stuff.
Councilmember Soria? This guy sitting on the back row, I think he's looking to adopt. His name's Craig Hansen. Yeah, he looks like a wonderful match.
You want to come on down? No, we want to again thank you for being here, for bringing to showcase one of the wonderful pets that the community has an opportunity to adopt. So thank you again. And again, we want to encourage folks that if you're looking to add a pet to your family, please look at the SPCA. There's some great options there. Thank you again.
We now move to proclamation of Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, and that is me. This is an important proclamation that we do, try and do every year, and it's because of the problem of homelessness in our community. And we have a major problem with homelessness in our community. It just begins with the human suffering and people who don't have a place to go and people who are sleeping out in the cold. That's just the beginning. But there are so many other things associated with homelessness in our community where we're receiving complaints about the homeless. And then there's the debate on, well, it's not illegal to be homeless. And so there are law enforcement issues and code enforcement issues. And it's a challenge for us all, no matter which side of the political spectrum you come down on. And one of the ways that we can alleviate homelessness by using government agencies, by using the church, by using private sector, we have to know what's going on out there. We have to know what's going on in our community. And the way we do that is to tally once a year and go out and actually interact and speak and talk and hear from folks who don't have a roof over their heads and count them. And then that information is used to hopefully provide them the services they need to have a better life. And so every year, my former staffer was involved with this program, Claudia Ruiz from my office. She felt very passionately about this. And it's a good cause. And so that's why we are going to proclaim a special day to honor the work that you're doing. You can say a lot better than I can what you do and why you do it, and especially why it helps. So at this time, I will turn it over.
Thank you. So once a year, every other year, we're required by HUD to go out and count the homeless. And we submit those numbers to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it serves a couple of purposes. The first is that we can't adequately serve the homeless if we don't understand what they're experiencing on the streets. The second is that by submitting these numbers to HUD, we're not only justifying our existing funding, but it gives us an opportunity to make a case if there's additional funding needed to our community in order to make sure everybody gets served. So it's super important. It went really well. It was last week. And we'll have the report out in a couple of months.
And of course, we here at the city are very interested in what you do and the progress you make, and obviously everyone here wants to help as much as we can. And so with that, we'll leave it to the clerk. Will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Built for Zero campaign, and local agencies have supported the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, FMCOC, in their commitment to end chronic and veteran homelessness. And whereas the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care conducts a point-in-time count during the last 10 days of January to get a statistically reliable, unduplicated count of sheltered and unsheltered homeless individuals and families in the U.S. within Fresno and Madera counties in order to adequately provide coordinated homeless housing and services delivery system. And whereas for the point-in-time count to be successful, it will take an effort to recruit and train volunteers to canvass Fresno and Madera County streets and shelters to survey the country's most vulnerable homeless individuals and families. Volunteers will be asked to participate in a training session, assist with the tally and survey of the homeless, provide donated items and supplies or cash donations to support the purchase of supplies for hygienic kits and for food and volunteers. And now, therefore, it be resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand and Fresno City Council members, do support the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care in their efforts to conduct the annual point-in-time count in Fresno County. We encourage residents to volunteer and assist with the annual count of our most vulnerable homeless individuals and their family to help end chronic veterans homelessness by 2017. Your dedication is greatly appreciated.
And just wanted to say again that there's talk and there's action, and you see action right here. So thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause, please, council colleagues. At this time, we'll move to the approval of minutes from the January 26th meeting. Does any council member have any changes to the minutes? Okay, seeing no changes, we'll entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion by Member Baines and a second by Member Brandow. The screen is clear. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We'll move now to council member reports and comments. Wow. The screen is... Oh,
I got in under the wire, Council President.
Member Brandow.
Okay. So I just really wanted to announce my first council district meeting of the year. It's coming up on Tuesday, February 7th. That's next Tuesday. It's going to be held at Fortner Elementary School cafeteria. We're going to be talking about public works projects. Scott, you're going to be there with us. We're going to talk about some public works stuff that's going on. We're also going to have Police Captain Burke Farah with us, and we're going to talk about Fresco and beefing up the Neighborhood Watch program in Northwest Fresno. So I just wanted to announce it today. If anybody has members that live in that area of town and they want to be a part of it, it should be a very informational meeting. So again, it is next Tuesday, February 7th, 6 to 7:30 at Faulkner Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. The screen is clear. We'll now move down to the consent calendar. No, you missed out. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just
I knew you couldn't resist.
Now, I just wanted to give a little report on. I had a coffee and conversation meeting this past Tuesday at Cup of Joy. We had a good turnout. We had about 50 residents show up. We talked about a number of issues regarding infrastructure, homelessness, the housing ordinance that is before us today, immigration, and then traffic also was a big issue. One of the issues highlighted by a number of the residents there, they're feeling like there needs to be more driver education. People are speeding, and especially near the schools. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to do some PSAs about driver safety. I'm not sure what's the strategy with our traffic unit and how that operates in terms of our police department. Bruce, could we maybe you and I can sit down and talk about that, because I know that was a big concern in the coffee meeting that I had with the constituents. And if there's opportunities to do some PSAs for driver safety, especially around school zones. A lot of the families are noticing that just people are driving very, very fast and not following, the traffic
Okay.
signs and so
We'll
forth.
find some time. I'll be happy to sit down with you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And that is it.
Thank you. At this time, we'll now move to the consent calendar. Do any council members have items they wish to remove from the consent calendar? Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I'd like to remove item 1D.
1B as in boy?
D as in dog.
Okay. Member Baines?
That was the same item for me. Thank you.
Okay. The screen is clear. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on any item contained in the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up to the dais. We'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. We have a motion by Member Baines, second by Member Bredefeld. The screen is clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. This time we'll move to item 1D, contested consent calendar.
Hi.
Hi, Kevin Norgard, City of Fresno Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division.
The question I have for you is this being extended because of the delays with the contractor that we have?
Yes and no. There's two construction contracts going on, and one of them was for the pump station, and that does have delays that are both contractor-driven and city-driven, and we're in the process of figuring out responsibilities and who's responsible for the delays. And there's $5,000 a day delays on that project. And then the other project is the treatment plant, and that's been delayed for a second bioassay, so proving out the UV disinfection system that we made some modifications to help increase the capacity of the facility.
Okay. So, like the question I have, it says there are multiple parallel reasons for the failure to complete. The contractor experienced delays procuring equipment. There were weather delays, and the city initiated some change orders.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just wondering about the delays from the contractor. Do we have anything in place? I looked at the scope of work that we do some oversight in terms of their timelines, but when we have a contractor who does not fulfill their obligations, we are now expanding this contract $95,000, if I read this correctly, and I'm wondering how much of a responsibility does the contractor have to be paying for whatever additional timelines are needed?
Right, that's built into the extended the delays in the construction contract. So, like I said, there's two construction contracts. Mm-hmm. They both have $5,000 a day liquidated damages associated with them. So when we get down to weather delays or non-compensatory, so those won't count for $5,000 a day. If we asked for change orders and gave them some extra time for those days, they won't be charged $5,000 for that. But there are some of the equipment delays. They just didn't order the equipment on time, so it was delayed in delivery, and that's going to be impacting their LDs, and they'll end up paying that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And we'll probably be back here with a closeout change order for these contracts. And this contract that we're asking for approval for today, the Second Amendment, is merely for the construction manager for those two projects.
Thanks, Council President. Hey, real quick, and I appreciate Councilman Butterfield asking some of those questions. Those are some of the same questions I had. There's one or two additional ones I have, though. So I'm a little, explain to me why we're extending the term through January 2017 and we're already in February?
It was just getting on the council agenda. We're actually done with that project now.
Right, that was, my question is.
And it's just for the construction manager. We're going to negotiate the settlements in-house for the construction contract, but the actual certified payrolls, inspecting the job, that's what the construction manager was doing.
Okay, so the contract, the work's already completed?
Yes.
And
well, the substantial completion, and now we're at minor punch list stuff and project closeout.
Okay, so curious, why didn't you all bring this to us last week so we wouldn't necessarily be backdating, giving approval for?
We didn't get it through the city attorney in time, and it takes about a month to get on the council agenda.
Well, this council president over here says that he moves very quickly. So, and in the near future, council president, I think we should be able to get things on faster. City attorney, quick question. You heard that. He said he moves quickly. But in the terms of just contractually us approving an item that is for extending a term that's already expired, help me understand that.
It's perfectly legal to do it that way, although it does kind of put you in a bind.
Sure, it does. And so, can you help me understand why we didn't bring this sooner?
I can answer that. One of the main reasons, one of the driving factors was it was hard for us to time actual completion because the contractor was dragging their feet, the pump station, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't have to come back a third time. So we were trying to figure the window of when they were going to actually be done, and we didn't have to extend this construction management contract past January.
Okay. And listen, those are all perfectly good, reasonable explanations, and I just think in the future, we should all be mindful to ask us to approve something where a deadline has already passed, although it may be legal, in a very real way, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So, like I said, Councilmember Butterfield asked and got answered some of the other questions, but I would just add on there that in the future, we probably want to have these before the dates expire.
And I would answer, typically we do.
I know you do.
This case was the heart, in the 12 years I've worked for the city, this is the only time I've ever seen this. And it's like,
sure.
I couldn't think of a way out of it.
Yeah, I got it, man. All right.
And I won't prolong that, those questions. My question was along the same lines as my colleague Baines, just coming after the fact that the money was already spent. I think it sets bad precedent. I just want to make sure that, for future, the administration knows that, we shouldn't be spending money before bringing the approval forward and saying, I know that, we likely, would have approved it, because it's something that we need to continue. But I think in terms of just precedent, I think it's important that we try to work and get these to us before money gets spent. Thank you.
Right. As far as the budget goes, this money should be coming out of those liquidated damages from the contractors.
Okay.
So that's,
if I could,
it doesn't
I think the
justify it.
points made by the council are valid. In a lot of ways, this is one of those projects, and I will give credit to Mr. Escueda, we are revamping the way that we manage contracts, in particular in DPU, but also in Public Works. This is one of those projects that was not captured under this new process, in which we have reports that will tell us when projects are beginning to run behind schedule or running late. Mr. Escueda gave a presentation as those tools that we're using now that are truly under the discipline of project management. So we apologize for this coming in the way it did, and I can assure you we are taking steps to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and these new tools that we're using, well, they're not necessarily new, they're just new to the organization, are going to be very helpful, because we will know long before a project is at the end of its term or end of its schedule that if it's running late or running over budget. So, again, the points made by council were well taken. Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe we have a motion to approve. Did anybody make a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Member Bredefeld, a second by Member Baines. The screen is clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, we move now to General Administration, Item 2A, award a construction contract.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Randy Bell with the Public Works Department. The item before you today is the Herndon Auxiliary Lane between Fresno and State Route 41. This project will add an additional lane for westbound Herndon to help relieve congestion and reduce delay. The project will also include an extension of the Class 1 trail along Herndon. 3 bids were received on November 8th, and Avison Construction Company of Madera was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a bid of $767,815. Staff recommends council award a construction contract in the amount of $767,815 for the Herndon Ox Lane to Avison Construction Company of Madera as the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the Public Works Director to sign the contract on behalf of the city.
Motion to approve?
Thank you. We have a motion, a second, but we'll go out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up to the dais. We have a motion by Member Bredefeld, a second by Member Soria. The screen is clear. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. We now move to item 2B, award a requirements contract to Builders Concrete Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Council. The item before you is to award a requirements contract to Builders Concrete Incorporated for $548,127.16 for the purchase of ready-mix concrete materials. These materials are used by city crews for the maintenance and repairs of city sidewalk, curbs, gutters, and ADA curb ramps throughout Fresno. This contract will be in effect for 12 months with provisions for 4 one-year extensions. And this contract will cross fiscal years and is funded with various types of Measure C and state gas tax dollars. This was advertised on the city website, the Business Journal, and 8 different building exchanges. These bid specifications were distributed to 17 separate prospective bidders. Public bid opening was held on December 6, 2016, and Builders Concrete was the only bid that was received. Builders Concrete is the previously contracted vendor, and staff is satisfied with their service and feels that the proposed price is competitive with industry standards. Staff does recommend that council award a requirements contract in the amount of $548,127.16 to Builders Concrete Incorporated for the purchase of ready-mix concrete materials, and to authorize the Public Works Director to sign on the city's behalf. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the community who wish to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up to the dais. Member Brandow?
Approve.
We have a motion by Member Brandow, a second by Member Bredefeld. The screen is clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And I think that's the balance, well, of the agenda before 4:30. We have an item at 4:30, as we all know. At this time, we'll go to...
And I think there was another item that was added to the general admin.
I don't have that on my agenda, so I'll take somebody else's.
Item 2C, the Alta agreement.
Sure. Yeah, that one's not on my agenda. That was in my packet. So this is approve the amended, this is a biggie, approving the amended and restated economic incentive with Alta. Mr. Westerlin.
Yes, thank you, Council President, Council members. Larry Westerlin, Director of Economic Development for the City of Fresno. Council, the item before you this afternoon is consideration of the amended and restated economic incentive agreement with Alta Incorporated. Late last year, Council approved the city's standard economic incentive agreement for this proposed project. That agreement was never executed by the parties. As the specifics of the project have developed, it became apparent that some of the provisions of the previously considered agreement were inapplicable or inconsistent with the way the deal shaped up. As such, before you today is the revised agreement. The basic terms of the agreement remain unchanged. The city is incentivizing Alta to create jobs in the community. Alta anticipates creating approximately 650 permanent jobs and up to 700 seasonal in the city. The anticipated sales tax and other revenues to the city is anticipated to exceed $40 million. The primary changes of this agreement include clarifying the times of a payment and disbursement procedures for the payments, removing the cap on the number of jobs Alta can create in the city, clarifying the relationship of the parties, Alta's reporting provisions to the city and the indemnity provision, and clarify that Alta may create jobs anywhere within the city and create credit under the agreement provided the jobs are not created at a retail storefront. The incentive is for jobs associated with the distribution and e-commerce. The key provisions previously considered included a cap on the incentive. The eligibility criteria to receive the incentive and the terms in the agreement all remain the same. The city has determined Alta coming to Fresno will create new jobs, generate substantial revenue for the city, assist in revitalizing the city, which has suffered from the job loss in the economic downturn in the 2000s. And as a result, the community and public improvements would not otherwise see in the community for years to come. The approval of this agreement is one of the final steps to secure these new jobs for the community, and I'm available for questions if you have any. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the community that wants to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Member Baines, I believe this is in your district.
Well, some would argue that, but it actually is. So, listen, thank you, Larry. I want to. We've already really discussed this item in some detail. I think late last year when this first came through, and I think this is probably the final step. I wanted to invite Leanne, you're the president CEO, the CEO EDC, to come down, and if you wanted to make any comments, Leanne, and I know that all these things happen because of the close relationships between the city and the EDC, so I'd love to give you an opportunity to make some remarks as well.
Sure. I think we did talk about this quite a while ago and the importance of this for the city of Fresno, and not just the city of Fresno, but the community in general. These are the kinds of things that we've been working on for as long as I have been with the EDC, which is 8 years. So this is one of those that's finally coming to fruition, and I think the close working relationship between the city of Fresno and the EDC and our partners is what you have before you today. So I encourage all of you to please finalize this deal. We finally came down to the wire here, so this is that final signature that gets us to that next step. And I think we talked about this before, that this is also that domino effect, that once other folks see that the city is the player in here and that we really want this kind of business and that we're going to put people to work, that we have others lined up that are looking right now at what we're doing. So thank you so much, and I certainly encourage you all to sign on the dotted line. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Leanne. And I could not have said it any better myself, so with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Baines, a second by Member Soria. Member Bredefeld? Everybody?
Yeah, I just want to commend City Manager Bruce Rudd, Larry Westerlin, Leanne Eager, anybody else that has worked on this. These are the kinds of things that we have to do as a city in order to compete for these kinds of companies. And we want these companies, we want small companies, we want every kind of company, because we want every job that we can possibly get. When I was on the council, we were dealing with the Gap many years ago, and we had to give away a lot of land in order to land them, and we did. And it's, here it is years later, and they're still here creating jobs. And just one thing, Larry, if you might come up, when I had talked to you before about business parks, one of the things that obviously these major companies look for is space. And we always need to have business parks that are ready and available to land these companies. Where are we at with that? Maybe you can just say something about that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilmember Bredefeld. So yes, we're fortunate today that we have had the Parnegian family that has done North Point Business Park, and they have worked very hard, and we've worked with them to help put in the infrastructure in place that helps these kinds of companies be able to come in and locate in Fresno. Without those more or less shovel-ready sites, you just get skipped over. You just get passed over. So we still have some more land out at North Point that the Parnegians, I know, are available certainly for lease. We're working with some other developers. We have Fancher Creek that also has some property available. A couple of other sites. We're working with another family that has about 100 acres. But it's something that we need to take a long-term view at, and where once, good Lord willing, we get Ulta landed here and then Project Cougar comes in at 800,000 square feet, we're going to be looking for the next 100 acres after that. So we need to continue to have that long-term and invest in the infrastructure needed to have these more or less shovel-ready sites.
Great. So, well, thank you again. Thanks for all your great work. We appreciate it.
All right, the screen is clear. The moment has arrived. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0 with Member Brandow absent and Member Capriolio. With that, we'll move to, thank you. We'll move to unscheduled communication. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on any item that's not contained on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais, and that will do it for us until we return at 4:30 this afternoon to tackle that agenda item. So thank you, council. Okay, so they're available in the back. The two gentlemen raising their hands are with the City of Fresno. They're happy to assist you. Another item of housekeeping to address, we have these yellow cards available. If you wish to speak this evening, you can fill out a yellow card and then bring that to our city clerk right here, and then we will go ahead and get you in the stack. On large items like these, it is within the purview of the City Council and the City Council presidency to alter the amount of speaking time available. This evening we're going to be speaking for 2 minutes per person. We did amend our rules last year. If you have need of a translator, then that time is doubled. So folks speaking with the aid of an interpreter will be able to speak for 4 minutes, and everyone else will be able to speak for 2. This isn't done in any effort to silence anyone's voice, but is done just in the interest of time and to be respectful of folks' time. Everyone here is very passionate and excited about this agenda item, but naturally has a place to go after this meeting. So with that, we'll explain how it will work. So the first thing you'll see is that the administration, Mayor Lee Brand, will present his Rental Housing Improvement Act. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. He'll lay it out and explain it. Following his presentation, then that's when we go out to the public. You're all welcome to speak. If you weren't able to get one of these yellow cards, then you can just come up. I'll go ahead and call for anyone else who didn't have a card to come up and speak. After we have heard public comment, then the debate begins, returns to the dais up here. Council members will debate this issue. Ultimately, this evening will culminate in a vote, which we'll do electronically and put up on the big screen so that there's no doubt about the direction the council's going in. And with that, I welcome our newly minted 3-week-old mayor, Lee Brand. The floor is yours.
Different on this side, huh? Can I make a motion when I finish? No, I can't do that, right? Okay. Do I get more than 2 minutes?
60 seconds.
I'll give a brief background. Jennifer will do most of the PowerPoint, but most of you know that this has been an ongoing problem, the substandard rental housing in the city for years. We've been ineffective in dealing with the problem, unable to really isolate the problem, and primarily working on a reactive system. And I think the disaster that came a couple of years ago at the Somerset Village was kind of the catalyst that engaged the media and the public on the City of Fresno and our ability to prevent future disasters. To the council's credit, and I was part of the council then, we did several legislative items starting back over a year ago. We did the vacant building ordinance, which recognized a major problem throughout the city. We passed several ordinance changes, including items that increased the fees, accelerated the process, gave the city attorney more latitude in prosecuting cases, and even included receiverships. So we've made a lot of progress. But to illustrate the nature of the problem and the resources we have available, the City of Fresno currently has 2 city attorneys prosecuting these cases. The City of Sacramento, by comparison, roughly the same size of Fresno with probably a better stock of housing, has 10 city attorneys prosecuting cases. So we have a ways to go. But I do believe that we're going to have a dual program of reactive and proactive inspections to really tackle the problem. And I'll start with the PowerPoint. Hey, got it right. Okay, got the background. This act I'm bringing forward tonight represents a lot of collaboration, including, and then it has the endorsements of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Fresno Apartment Association, the Fresno Bee, rental housing advocates, and community members. And this was a difficult task from the inception to bring in 2 opposing sides in terms of their perspective and their philosophy on this issue. But to everybody's credit, everybody worked together, and I think the final product from both sides would say this is not our perfect act or model, but they'll all say this is a workable model. And so when I went through this, I want to thank a few people that are part of this collaboration. I'm going to thank Doug Sloan and Katie Dorr from the City Attorney's Office. I know there were more attorneys involved. I want to thank Jennifer Clark, Kelly Furtado, and Dale from DARM, City Manager Bruce Rudd, Assistant City Manager Wilma Kwan, my Chief of Staff, Tim Orman, and my Director of Strategic Initiatives, HBs, and there are others on my staff that were all supportive in this process. And from the Apartment Association, Greg Tazarkas, Steve Herlica, and many of the owners that I personally spoke to of management companies and properties that participated, Patience Milrod, Andy Levine, and many others from the advocates that worked on this to make it successful, or to bring it to this point. The city's taking on one of the most daunting challenges it's ever done. We're trying to tackle 85,000 apartment units. By contrast, we did the vacant building ordinance about a year ago. We're still trying to figure out how to do that, and this is a much, much bigger problem. The only way to address it, and I'm going to keep this short because I'm going to get into Jennifer's time, is you have to have a baseline inspection and you have to have registration. These have been done, as she'll explain, to minimize the cost to owners and to move these things through where I believe the vast majority of owners are responsible. They move on and will identify the universe of substandard housing. So I used my 38 years of experience in this business. I used the other people and their ideas, their backgrounds, to develop what I believe is a workable solution. It's one thing to bring a policy forward that sounds ambitious but doesn't work. This was designed specifically to tackle this enormous problem, and in the end, we're going to have performance metrics we can measure. And my goal, within 2 years, we're going to complete the inspections, and within 5 years, we're going to hopefully have most of the stock in Fresno will be in the self-inspection pool that Jennifer will explain, and the city of Fresno will have finally taken and resolved the substandard housing problem. So I realize there's council members up there that have opposing views. I respect your points of view and would respectfully ask all of you guys to, and women, to support the act. I'll be around for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just point of order, and before you begin, Ms. Clark, for our purposes on the council, there's a lot of nuance in what's about to be presented, and if council members have questions, I think it would be appropriate if we could just ask the question as you're going through, stop you right there so we have visual aids. I think that would probably be more conducive to gathering information, processing that, instead of waiting until the end of the presentation and then public comment. Maybe we'll be able to ask staff some of the questions that you're formulating out there as well. So we'll go ahead and allow that. Just feel free to interrupt during the presentation and ask a question. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, President Olivier, council members. Thank you, Mayor Brand, for your introductory remarks. Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. So this evening I'd like to briefly summarize the information that is in the act that you are considering this evening, as well as the supplemental regulations that will go along with the act for implementation purposes. And I'm happy to answer questions as we go along, but I know you spent a lot of time studying these, so I won't spend a lot of time in detail. So first, the Rental Housing Improvement Act is intended to ensure minimum health and safety standards through a balanced, proactive, and reactive rental housing program. This program will provide the structure and resources necessary to evaluate the existing rental housing stock through baseline inspections and to reduce the number of substandard housing units through effective, proactive enforcement. The Rental Housing Improvement Act provides for a combination of municipal code requirements and administrative regulations. The combined approach creates certainty for baseline and re-inspections, as well as flexibility during initial implementation to best accomplish the goals of the Act. To ensure that sections of the municipal code are mutually supportive, do not conflict nor overlap, the City Attorney's Office will assist in review and evaluation of existing code sections. Any areas needing revision or repeal will be compiled and brought forward with future legislation. To provide the necessary resources to implement the anti-slumlord enforcement team ordinance, resolution which was passed earlier this fiscal year, reactive rental housing complaints, and the Rental Housing Improvement Act inspection programs in a unified comprehensive system, the Act calls for the creation of a new division within DARM to focus solely on rental housing. This division will be separate from, but act in concert with, other code enforcement functions. Its primary focus will be the enforcement of minimum health and safety standards in rental housing. The first implementation measure of the Rental Housing Improvement Act is to create a registry of all rental housing units within the City of Fresno. This registration will be mandatory and updated annually. There is no fee for registration. The registry information is intended to provide the Rental Housing Division with the information it needs to schedule and complete applications, as well as to contact property owners and managers when needed. Initially, all residential units will be subject to a baseline inspection. These will be conducted utilizing a random sampling formula based upon the number of units at a specified property. The standard requirements are spelled out in a simplified inspection checklist based on minimum health and safety standards as defined by Civil Code 1941.1. Items corrected during inspection will be reflected as passing, and any remaining items must be corrected within 30 days of initial inspection. Every rental unit must be registered. However, there are some exemptions to the proactive inspection cycle. These include any property less than 10 years old, any subsidized rental unit subject to annual inspections by another governmental agency, and any unsubsidized rental unit subject to annual inspections by another governmental agency, for example, a Fannie Mae loan. Property owners must certify that the units are exempt. All properties that successfully pass the initial unit inspections shall be eligible for the self-certification program. These properties will be classified as Tier 1 properties. Properties in the self-certification program must provide annual certifications that the units have been inspected and meet the minimum health and safety standards. Properties which successfully pass the baseline inspection would not be subject to a random audit for the first 5 years unless significant health and safety violations occur. All properties in the self-inspection program shall be subject to a 10% random audit by the city after the initial 5-year period. Properties will be classified into 3 tiers based upon the results of the initial baseline inspection. Tier 1 are the properties that pass the initial baseline inspection as previously described. Tier 2 properties are those that meet one or more of the following criteria. The property fails to pass the initial inspection and first compliance reinspection. Properties with some code violations which do not pose imminent danger of death or serious injury to the occupants, or properties whose fees, penalties, or business taxes are delinquent longer than 90 days. Tier 2 properties will be re-inspected every 2 years, and every unit shall be inspected. After 2 consecutive inspections which result in compliance, the property shall be reclassified as a Tier 1 property. Tier 3 properties are those that meet one or more of the following criteria. Property fails 2 or more consecutive compliance re-inspections. Properties with code violations which pose imminent danger of death or serious injury to the occupants. Properties whose fees, penalties, or business taxes are delinquent longer than 120 days. Tier 3 properties will be re-inspected annually until all units are brought into compliance with all city code requirements and are current on fees, penalties, or business taxes owed the city. Once in compliance, a percentage of units shall be inspected annually for the next 3 years before reclassification as a Tier 2 property. The Rental Housing Improvement Act also calls for the voluntary creation of a tenant education program. This will be developed in partnership and implemented with multiple agencies and organizations, including landlord advocacy agencies and tenant advocacy agencies, as well as other governmental organizations. The Rental Housing Improvement Act is intended to ensure minimum health and safety standards through a balanced, proactive, and reactive rental housing program.
Excuse me, Jennifer, could you explain the tenant education program just real briefly?
So in both the ordinance and in the regulations, we call for the creation of a tenant education program. It would be voluntary for tenants to participate, and it is an opportunity for the landlords and tenant advocates to work together to create informational items as well as tenant fairs and that kind of thing to make sure that tenants are aware not only of their rights but also their responsibilities as tenants. So in section 10-1614 is where it actually calls for the tenant education program. It's pretty simple. We didn't want to get into a lot of detail because I think it'll be very fluid in how it's developed once these agencies come and partner together. I know of some partnerships that are already occurring between the Landlord Association and the Lowell Community Development Corporation. They've already started talking and working and really developed a really great core curriculum, and that may be the basis of what we go forward with, but we still wanted to give some flexibility in the ordinance to allow for it to be created, but not necessarily to specify what would be in that program.
Okay, so inside the contract, the initial contract between a landlord and tenant, when we developed asset and past asset in November, we talked about a packet being provided at the time that the contract was signed, so that the new tenant, would receive not only a list of their rights but of their responsibilities. Is that included, or is that something that might be included?
That is not specified, but it is something that we could certainly evaluate as part of the regulations, and then ultimately, if we thought that it was working well and sample, that we could add it into the ordinance at a later time. At this point, it is not included in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And just a quick point of order for folks who are standing in the back or standing along the walls. We do have a second floor gallery that's right above us, and there are probably 2 or 3 dozen seats that are available there. So if you are tired of standing, you're going to be up for a while, and you are welcome to go up into the second floor gallery. Thank you.
All righty. So again, the Rental Housing Improvement Act is intended to ensure minimum health and safety standards through a balanced, proactive, and reactive rental housing program. This program will provide the structure and resources necessary to evaluate the existing rental housing stock through baseline inspections and to reduce the number of substandard housing units through effective proactive enforcement. To ensure that the Act has its intended consequences, the City shall develop performance metrics to measure its success. These will be reported to the City Council in an annual report, which will be publicly available on the City's website following that meeting. Additionally, each year, for the first 3 years of implementation, the Act will be reviewed to ensure that the provisions contained in the Act are effectively working to improve substandard housing conditions in the city. The annual reviews will provide an opportunity to make adjustments to ensure positive outcomes. Following the initial 3-year implementation period, successful provisions from the administrative regulations may be amended into the Rental Housing Improvement Act and codified into the municipal code. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mayor Brand to provide some concluding comments.
On your screen should be a few changes that were made since Friday, and these include, they're minor changes on the ordinance. It basically adds Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae loans that have provisions in them for inspections to be included within exempt properties. That's both in the ordinance section and the regulation section. And there's 2 others in the rental housing ordinance, and one is changing an and to an or, and the other is a may to a shall. Those are part of the package. So any questions, I'll be glad to answer as we go.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
And that concludes the staff presentation. At this time, we'll begin public comment. I have a number of cards. Again, if you walked in late, if you fill out a yellow card and bring it to our city clerk here in front, you can get in the queue to speak. If you haven't turned in a yellow card, then that's okay. After we're done, I'm going to call for anyone else who wishes to speak and address the city council. I have I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 cards, and at 2 or 4 minutes apiece, we will be here a while, but everyone's voice, everyone's comments are important, and I know I can speak for my colleagues. We're really looking forward to hearing this discussion. So with that, I will begin with the most recent card, Ken Neufeld. Come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and then you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, President Olivier. I'm Ken Neufeld. I live at 259 West San Jose in Fresno. I think there's a lot of positive things here in this proposed legislation. I am a landlord. I am a realtor. Most of my properties I rent below market rent, and I would hope that most of my properties are safe and sanitary condition. However, once in a while, landlords do have a problem with tenants who contribute to the unsafe and the unsanitary conditions that exist in their properties. And unfortunately, I tell my clients that who are going to be landlords, it's not if you're going to have this problem, it's a when. And so in terms of the tenant education, I would recommend that a tenant education not be voluntary for tenants who have been identified as contributing to the unsafe and unsanitary conditions in the housing that they're living. So that would be my recommendation.
Ken, you still have a minute, and for folks who are coming to council for the first time, you'll hear a chime at 1 minute, and that lets you know you have 1 minute left.
The other thing that I might mention is that I am a member of the Fresno Association of Realtors, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the association. I'm speaking as an individual member. We did not get this legislation until Sunday, and our board, I think, was polled last night by email. So if there's any opportunity for the council considering postponing final action on this, you'll notice that the Fresno Association of Realtors was not on the list of agencies that had been corroborated with. And so I think we do have some input as well that we would like to contribute.
Thank you. Joe Denham, please come forward. You know what I'll do? I'll call the next 3 or 4 so folks can line up, and we'll just do it that way. After Joe will be Brandy Dickens, Carolyn Evans, Jim Grant. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Joe Denham, 567 West Shaw Avenue. I think we've got a real big problem with substandard housing here. I did not know that this legislation is near perfect enough to be passed. I've personally been impacted by bad houses with bad people in them and bad landlords when I've lost tenants and had a hard time renting homes that I own because of houses that were nearby. I acted to affect the situation myself and remedied it and helped improve the neighborhood. The measure seems to put landlords in a really bad place if they have squatters or other maybe delinquent tenants that don't want to allow entry. And I'd hate to see people that don't really know how to work within the system of the city end up in receivership because they're not able to access their own home and help the city access that home. This measure puts a much heavier burden on smaller landlords with the inspection formulas and the self-inspection by property managers. It's a real clear violation of tenants' rights to force your way in if they don't want you there. By Lee's admission, the city doesn't have the vacant building ordinance figured out yet, so I don't know how they can be expected to handle this. Separating code enforcement into rental houses and non-rental houses seems strange to me because you can have a problem that affects neighborhoods and people in either one just the same. The age of the home provision doesn't make any sense to me. A house can get trashed that's brand new just as fast as a house that's 100 years old. And it's odd to me that the city considers tax debt to them as a reason to force health and safety inspections at a home when they're unrelated. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy, come forward. You have 2 minutes. Give us your name and address for the record, followed by Carolyn, Jim Grant, Daniel O'Connell.
Hello, my name is Brandy Dickey. I live at 1406 Gibson Avenue in Clovis, 93611. I'm here today as a consumer advocate. I am also secretary of the Fresno County Behavioral Health Board. During the past several weeks, my days have been spent holding small meetings, groups, and personal interviews with consumers who live in room and boards with mental health issues. I'm here in support of the Rental Housing Improvement Act, which your council is considering today. This is one man's story that I heard. He lives in a room and board home within the Fresno city limits. He cooks meals for 20-plus residents of this house. There are 4 bedrooms in this house, with which 5 men live in each room. The owner uses the back porch as an extra room where 5 more people sleep. There are 2.5 bedrooms where 25 people now share this in this house. It is this man's responsibility to catch the mice in this house with sticky traps because the owner refuses to call pest control for the infestation. The owner refuses to allow the residents to turn on the heater in this house because he doesn't want to pay the bill. He also only allows the showers to be taken by these people on the weekends only. This is not an unusual story, as I've heard many consumers, residents complain of bed bugs, roaches, broken windows, no hot water, no heaters, rats, mice, and too many people live in a room where there's garbage piled up and unsanitary conditions. Our hope is that you take action on this matter, include room and board homes as part of your Rental Housing Improvement Act, and pass the regulations to improve these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Evans, come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Carolyn Evans, 1079 East Palo Alto, Fresno. That's District 6. I am also a member of Fresno County's Behavioral Health Board and a member of the National Alliance on Mental Illness and a person who has a loved one who lives with a mental disorder. And I'm here today in support of the Rental Housing Improvement Act. As Brandy gave you a description of some room and boards, you should know that room and board homes are private businesses that rent to disabled individuals. They're unlicensed and unregulated. Residents sign rental contracts with the owner, and their rent usually is paid by a payee service, so the landlord is assured the rent payment. The rent for a shared room usually is $600 to $700 a month. Of course, the quality of room and boards varies. However, when a home is in poor repair and unhealthy and unsafe conditions exist, tenants are reluctant to complain because they fear eviction and they have few housing options. Of course, the landlords know this too, so they are slow to make repairs, and sometimes they avoid them completely. With regular inspections of these rental properties, tenants, their families, and community members would be assured that this vulnerable population would have decent housing. And I urge you to vote in favor of the Rental Housing Improvement Act. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, next is Jim Grant, Daniel O'Connell, Robert Hook, and Esther Delahaye. Jim, give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Jim Grant. I live at 4098 West Harvard Avenue in Fresno, 93722. I'm the Social Justice Director for the Diocese of Fresno, and today I speak for Bishop Ochoa and for Vicar General Raymond Dreiling, who signed the letter asking that this imperfect act be enacted unanimously by the council. I'd like to just close with some thoughts from someone who couldn't be here, asked me to speak for him, is Pope Francis. And what the Pope said actually 3 years ago in talking about urban cultures, in a letter he wrote to the world, he said this: "The New Jerusalem, the holy city, is the goal towards which all humanity is moving. It is curious that in God's revelation tells us that the fullness of humanity and of history is realized in a city. We need to look at our cities with a contemplative gaze, a gaze of faith which sees God dwelling in their homes, in their streets, and in their squares. God's presence accompanies the sincere efforts of individuals and groups to find encouragement and meaning in their life. He dwells among them, fostering solidarity, fraternity, and the desire for goodness, truth, and justice. This presence must not be contrived, but found, uncovered." He later continues and says, "On the one hand, there are people who have the means needed to develop their personal and family lives, but there are many other non-citizens, half-citizens, and urban remnants. Cities create a sort of permanent ambivalence because while they offer their residents countless possibilities, they also present many people with any number of obstacles to the full development of their lives. This contrast causes painful suffering. In many parts of the world, cities are the scenes of protest where thousands of people call for freedom, a voice in public life, justice, and other demands." I think what we see here is an effort of the city to finally address injustices that have been on for way too long. Cardinal Mahoney made this point and said that when he saw the article in the Bee last year, it reminded him that nothing has changed since 1980. I hope you will hear the words of the Church on this matter and decide to please unanimously support this imperfect act so that we can even make it better in any revision later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. Daniel Connell. I'm with the Central Valley Partnership, and I'm at 3260 East Kirkhoff. I had to come down here tonight, what is in many respects a historic night, and to start off by simply acknowledging and congratulating the mayor. It's a unique pleasure to see a newly elected official listen to the community, and it's an auspicious start for his term. We greatly appreciate being listened to, and the breadth of interested parties and stakeholders was tremendous here, from the California Housing Association and the Fresno Apartment Association to community groups who have advocated for this for a long time, including Building Healthy Communities. So I'll just keep it short. We encourage you, the council, to support the measure. It's caring and balanced, and more important, it benefits the impoverished and the vulnerable who have been left out. It can also do a tremendous work to increasing property values, but that's secondary to the great importance of just improving people's lives. So again, thank you to the mayor and his staff.
Thank you. Robert, please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
People must have been tall. I'm Bob Hook. My address is 4025 North Fresno Street in Fresno. I disagree with the proposed ordinance because it's going to be very costly and inconvenient for 250,000 people living in 85,000 housing units in the city. The proposed ordinance is supposed to benefit renters. Instead, it's going to be very inconvenient for the 98% who have jobs and live in well-maintained apartments and homes. Most will want to be present while their homes are inspected, and they'll have to take a couple hours off work to do that. They will also face rent increases as landlords try to recover the cost of these inspections. Ask yourselves if you'd like to have your home inspected by the city. Generally, the answer is no. If you are intent on passing the ordinance, then it should provide at least 30 or 45-day notice to the tenants so that they can have time to set up their schedules. Right now, it's only 14 days. Renters should be able to opt out of the inspections by certifying that their homes do not have any health or safety problems. This is done in Sacramento. Self-inspections should be done by renters, not landlords. They should also be advised to request needed repairs from their landlords prior to an inspection to avoid the cost of reinspection. Let's respect personal privacy and make the ordinance about helping renters and not about trying to punish all landlords who provide homes for half of the city's residents. Better yet, let's not adopt it at all and find a less costly way to solve a problem which only affects, by the city's count, less than 1.5% of the rental units in the city. Another thought is to exempt units that were built after 1977, since these don't have lead-based paint or asbestos. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Esther Delahaye, Greg Terzakis, Don Scordino, and Nathan Alonzo.
Good evening, Council. I'm Esther Delahaye, 1130 East Franklin Avenue in the Lowell neighborhood. First off, I just want to say thank you to the Council, thank you, Mayor, thank you, City staff, for all of your hard work on this. I know that it's been a long time coming. There's been a lot of community input, a lot of task force meetings, and whatnot leading up to this. I am here today to support it as is. I feel a registry is imperative to this process, and a baseline is also imperative. To know where we're at as a city, how many rental units we have, and how many of those are substandard and need corrections. So thank you for your time. I'll keep my comments short.
Thank you. Don, give us your name and address for the record, and then you will have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name's Don Scordino at 1013 East Omaha, and I put on the card that I was speaking on my own behalf, but I'll need 15 seconds at the end. I found, as a director of the Fresno Association of Realtors, I'd like to tell you what happened today in our vote there. First of all, I'm a property owner. That is my retirement. I'm not one of those people that the newspapers call the wealthy landlords. I'm a hard-working guy. That's my retirement income. But I'm not talking here today about money. I'm actually talking about property rights. And the tenants have property rights too. And I really don't believe, I know that the 14 that I have, which are in everybody's district here, they've been educated. They know that they can contact me. And they don't need anybody else. But I agree, there is a problem. But the problem, I believe, needs to be solved by greater tenant education. And in this document that's 13 pages long, there's only 2 sentences that deal with tenant education. And I know there was an uproar earlier about percentages, you know, who's responsible for 60%. Doesn't matter. Landlords and tenants are both significantly responsible for this, to fix this. But 2 sentences addressing a voluntary inspection thing is not good when the landlords are being held to a mandatory thing. I've dealt with lots of inspections with Section 8, also with move-in, move-out inspections. and with the sale of rental property. I can tell you a significant portion of it is tenant-related. Now, and that doesn't mean they intentionally did it. They may not have known that this is something that they could fix or should fix. As a director for the Fresno Association of Realtors, we did take a vote today to ask you to postpone it. We just really got notice of, or saw the document this morning, and excuse me, late last night, and we'd like more time to look that over so that we, as a significant part of the housing industry, could give some impact on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Terzakis, Nathan Alonso, and Blanca Moreno.
Council members, Mayor Brand, my name is Greg Terzakis. I'm the Vice President of the California Apartment Association, and my address is 516 West Shaw. I think it's somewhat interesting that we're here on Groundhog Day, because we've been here before, and we have come to support this ordinance in working with the mayor. Would like to give credit to Mayor Swearingen, who began the process. Bruce Rudd, as city manager, did a great job. Jennifer Clark at DARM H. All the city staff, as well as Mayor Brand, and also our partners on this with Faith the Community. Patience Melrod has been very involved and has been involved with the task force, No More Slumlords, and the Lowell CDC, as well as private enterprise. We could sit here all night long and arguing about whether or not this is a perfect ordinance or not. It isn't, and I don't know that one could be written. But we do know that something needs to be done to address substandard housing. And we hope that the council will pass this tonight so we can begin that process. As I understand it, this will begin in September of this year. And I think that will give the opportunity to determine where the problems lie. I think there's been a misperception that the Apartment Association represents the entirety of multifamily housing. We don't. We're a membership organization, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our members who signed a code of ethics and who, by an overwhelming percentage, want to do the right thing. We look forward to partnering with the city and with the CBOs in education for both tenants and landlords. And having gone through this process for the last 15 months, it's heartening to see that we've finally gotten to a point where I think we have a broad-based consensus, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Nathan, Blanca, and then Matthew Grundy. Nathan, please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Good evening, Council Member Olivier. Nathan Alonso, 2331 Fresno Street, and I am the Government Affairs Manager for the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce and its members, I am here to urge you to vote in support of the Rental Housing Improvement Act. This act was thoughtfully put together with the input of a number of different stakeholders from every sides of the issue. This act holds the owners and tenants responsible, and it does so with keeping the lowest possible costs in mind. We're aware that there are many who are opposed to this act because it doesn't go too far, or others that think that it would go too far. One thing that we all know is that there is no such thing as perfect legislation. This is no exception. It's not what everybody wants. It's not politically expedient. It's a tough issue, but this is what we need in the community, and this is a step in the right direction. Our fellow Fresnans shouldn't be made to suffer because we find good to be the enemy of perfect in this deal. And on behalf of the Fresno Chamber, I ask you to join us, industry groups, neighbors, and other community groups in supporting this legislation. Thank you.
And then Matthew Grundy, followed by Julie from Fresno Barrios Unidos.
Hi, Mr. Olivier. Yes, President Olivier. Thank you for your time. And I'm Blanca Moreno. I live at 1604 East Cambridge Avenue, Apartment D, Fresno, 93704. I'm a homeowner, and I recently find myself in a tenant landlord dispute because I chose to rent to my son. And he's only been a tenant for 7 months. And so I kind of got a taste of what's going on. And I think there's enough regulation as it stands, because I am being pinned down by code enforcement and POP, the POP police group. I'm not really sure exactly what the acronym stands for. But I feel that at this point they're trying to find me $1,000, and then she says if I don't do it in POP is telling me in 7 days I have to do it, or the fine goes up to $4,000. I'm on Social Security. I have a handicapped daughter, and I did this as a favor to my grandchildren because they were living at a crack hotel on G Street, City Hotel. So I moved them into my, it's a Queen Anne cottage. The house is 100 years old, 107 years old. And it does look like an eyesore to a lot of people, but it's an antique to some. And to us, we've been living there like 40 years. My family has owned that house for 40 years. And I feel that there's a land grab going on right now, that they're going to get me one way or another. And I have compassion now for these landlords, because I didn't choose to be a landlord. I did it to help my grandchildren. And yet I find myself in this struggle that's real. And I feel like they're going to try to take my house one way or another. And I'm against this because there's enough regulations going on right now. Believe me, I'm right in the middle of it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We have Matthew Grundy, Julie from Barrios Unidos, and Shannon Marr. You give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes. Matthew Grundy, 8449 North Recreation Avenue, Fresno, California. Thank you for having me, President Olivier and council members. As acting CEO of Habitat for Humanity Fresno County, I stand before you not just on behalf of myself, but the entire community that we've served together for 30 years now. It's Habitat's mission to help families realize safe, decent, and affordable housing. And we've been fortunate enough through 30 years together, and I say together both as servants of the community and members of the community, we've been fortunate enough to see many families be served through our partnership. And we've seen them realize strength, stability, and self-reliance through shelter. Unfortunately, I report to you today that there's many, many more, unfortunately, that regularly are still being turned back to poor conditions and are affected by substandard living conditions. In fact, a few weeks ago I was at a home where the entire family would wake up each morning to wash their hands, and they'd be electrocuted every time they'd wash their hands. And frankly, it was because the house wasn't properly grounded. I was at another home where there was black mold hanging from the ceiling. Every time the gentleman would report to the landlord, he'd get a 30-day notice. We see these situations regularly. And what I tell you is that while I'm thankful for our partnership, because I tell you that we truly, the city, the residents of this community-based organization like Habitat, we only do this through collective efforts. But unfortunately, what I'll say is failure to pass this act means undoing or erasing with our elbow this wonderful story that we're writing together to change Fresno. And I think, I know that there are wonderful landlords in this city, wonderful, and I love Fresno, they're wonderful landlords. But unfortunately, for the same reason why there are metal detectors in airports, if one bomb goes off, it's unacceptable to not have metal detectors. If there's one family out there tonight that's sleeping in a situation where their kids get electrocuted for washing their hands, it's unacceptable. So I urge you, I compel you to consider yourselves, I'm a father of 5 children, consider yourselves your own children, and would it be acceptable to allow them to live in these conditions? Thank you very much.
Give us your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Julie Bunchalaran. I'm speaking on behalf of Fresno Barrios Unidos and Fresno Building Healthy Communities. My address is 5155 North Fresno Street. I just wanted to say that I am a proud Lao American and the daughter of refugees. I decided to move to Fresno 10 years ago when I decided to move here to attend Fresno State. As you may know about the disaster that took place over a year ago at Somerset Village, which largely affected the Southeast Asian community. As a Southeast Asian, this really hit home for me. I hope this never happens to anyone living in Fresno. Thank you, Mayor Lee Brand, for keeping your promise to bring forward this improved ordinance. Thank you for your time, council members, and I hope that you support and implement the Rental Housing Improvement Act and protect all Fresno residents. Thank you.
Shannon Marr, Christine Gerda, Tracy McDonald. Give us your name and address for the record, please. You have 2 minutes.
Sure thing. I'm Shannon Marr with Guarantee Real Estate, and I'm also a member of the Fresno Area Realtors Association, although I'm not speaking on either behalf. Councilman Olivier, council members, thank you very much for giving me this time to speak. I want to address this issue specifically. The measure itself goes a long way in addressing a lot of substandard housing issues, and that's extremely important, especially when a lot of the tenants with whom we normally deal have to live under very substandard conditions and are continually complaining, rightly so, that their landlords are not addressing the issue. But one of the things I'd like to point out to you is the effect that this will have on landlords and future landlords. I strongly urge you to postpone or at least delay a definite council vote until the studies can be made on the economic impact on landlords, especially landlords who have great intentions and are willing to be landlords who actually do the right thing. All of them, when I brought up this particular measure last year when it was first proposed, all of them as a whole expressed opposition. And it wasn't because they were opposed to the ideals that the measure puts forth, but they weren't sure about the economic impact. I mean, what we're possibly doing here is we're possibly putting an inordinate amount of financial responsibility upon future landlords and those who are willing to invest in these properties and bring them up to code and make them more livable. And so I strongly urge you once again to delay or at least postpone this particular vote in order to further understand the financial implications on future landlords who really want to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christine Gerda, Tracy McDonald, Dylan Savory. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Christine Serta, 5072 North Wishon. I'd like to thank the mayor for writing this proposal. I am here. I've been born and raised in Fresno. I have worked inside of a custom home building and construction company for 45 years, born to it. Worked in it for 32 years. Out of those 32 years, 11 of those years I have been a realtor. Specifically out of those 11, 10 of those as a short sale realtor. And what I would call the psychology of home. I have been counseling people for many years. Specifically as it relates to that, I developed a tool approximately 10 years ago to address some of those needs because it was very difficult to bridge the gap of stress, mental health, and a lot of everything that everyone here is speaking of. And this is homes that people actually have and can maintain. I agree with what we are doing with a twist, which is why I thought I'd stand up and say something. The tool that I have developed addresses home improvement, quality of life, financial needs, specifically return on value for homeowners, and mental health, or addresses the psychology of home for people, because that's where the very basis of everything occurs, whether it's happy, glad, sad, bad, domestic violence, and everything else. The tool and the idea specifically leverages technology to automate the process of adding economic value for homes by capturing the very things that the appraiser values. Now, the irony is, or the serendipity here is that I happen to be working on that right now with Bitwise. What we addressed recently was that this tool can actually be expanded to something that you are all trying to achieve. Whether it's myself or your staff, because you are fully capable, there is technology out there that I think can address and twist this idea and make it a slight more efficient. as it relates to 5 years. So with that said, thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Tracy McDonald. I live at 3636 East Eugenia. Thank you very much, members of the City Council, Mayor Brand, for allowing me to speak today and voice my opinion and thoughts. As a city, we have the right to have standard housing. There's a small percentage of landlords who are not meeting those responsibilities, but there's a large percent of tenants who do not meet those responsibilities either. Having been in a tenant education through the Lowell CDC, I think it is mandatory, it should be mandatory for all tenants to do tenant education. It not only helps the landlords, but it helps the neighbors in that community. It is our responsibility to stand up for those who cannot. The poor, our refugees who are coming in, those who are just scared to say anything because they do live in substandard conditions. So here we are. We're talking to you today about making it an even, level playing ground for all. We have that right to have standard housing. Thank you.
You still have a minute. Okay, thank you. Dylan Savory, and then Pastor B.T. Lewis. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. Members of the council, my name is Dylan Savory. I live at 606 West Rialto, which is Council Member Soria's district, and I thank God every day I'm on the edge of your district, and I'm proud to be there. I come before you today representing the Fresno, Madera, Tulare, King Central Labor Council. I think many of you know that. We represent some 20,000 union members in the Fresno County area. I also come before you today as a very, very proud citizen of this city and proud of my local city government for seeing a challenge, listening to the groups all that are involved, and being willing to step up to an issue that's been plaguing our city for a long, long time. So I'd like to commend all of the city staff, all of the council members for doing their part. Councilmember Baines, thank you for visiting the Hotel California Citizens recently. We appreciate that. And I think that it is awesome when the national political scene is so divisive that we have a mayor here that has been willing to bring all sides together, not lean on ideology, and be a strong, strong leader for our city. So, Mayor Brand, thank you. We commend you a lot, and we urge your support tonight for this strong issue. Thank you so much.
Okay, our final, just like that, we've gone through the cards. Pastor B.T. Lewis, are you here? Oh, he's outside. Oh, he had to leave. At this time, we'll open it up to anyone who didn't fill out and turn in a yellow card. Is there anyone who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Willie Lopez. I'm here on behalf of El Concilio de Fresno. Concilio de Fresno has been in Fresno and active in many issues for about 47 years. So I'm here to say that we're in favor of the act. And then I want to give you a personal situation. I owned a house in back of El Mosqueda Center, lived there, took care of it. It was my first house, and we lived in a really nice neighborhood. I had a neighbor who would always fix his yard and trim it, and I'd be out there doing the same. One day I had to move, and as I moved, I was renting the house, kept it up. It was a beautiful house. Fixed the fence, but I had a neighbor who just wouldn't do a damn thing with their property. It was frustrating. A lot of people there owned their homes initially, and it's like many other places, they started to move out, and they started to rent, and some of them just didn't care. My problem was I had this one guy from San Jose who owned a bunch of houses. 3 of them were in that neighborhood, and that one was by my house. 2 of the 3 houses were boarded up. One day I was talking to my neighbor and I explained him the frustration. A week later, that house burned down next to mine. He asked me when I went to look, "Did you burn down that house, Willie?" I said, "No, did you?" And he goes, "No, well, somebody did us a favor." And you know what? I feel bad about the people who had to leave. Really bad, because they were in the street. But I want to say something as a homeowner. Improving the conditions, it helps you as a homeowner. It helps you with the value of your home. But more importantly, this act is going to help people who live in those kind of conditions and they can't speak up. Well, we need to have a voice, and I think this is the voice we're looking for. So I back it up, our Concilio backs it up, and I hope everybody here will back it up. Thank you very much.
Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Socorro Santillan. I'm with Fresno Barrios Unidos, 4415. And, I wanted to speak to the council and really urge you to support this. As an organization, we talk to our residents, and we truly advocate for them to advocate for themselves. And so I just want to tell you a short story. So one of our residents who, regardless of all the challenges that she has, is very committed to her community, has been since her children enter school. You see her up and down the streets, walking to the schools, volunteering, making a difference in her community. And, one day I said, you know what, let me take you home. Don't walk today. So I take her home, and I'm walking her to her door, and she's like, would you like a glass of water? And I'm like, yeah. So I go in, and I'm looking around, and I'm scared because the conditions of our home are dreadful. And, I'm like, can I use the restroom? And I go to the bathroom, and the conditions are horrible. I mean, even holes in the ground. And, I talked to her, and I said, you don't have to live this way. You pay rent. You should ask your landlord to fix these items. And she's like, we do, but then, he threatens us. And I said, well, you know what? You need to stand up to him. And that's the last that we spoke about that. A couple months later, she's at our office, and I tell her, let me take you home. And so I started heading the same direction as I had before. And she's like, oh, no, I don't live there no more. I live over here. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know you moved. And she goes, well, we were evicted after I complained. After I complained to the landlord and said that these were my rights, he evicted us. And she goes, and it's sad, she goes, because my daughter had been saving money for Christmas to buy the kids presents. Well, we had to use that down for the new apartment. And I felt horrible that this happened to this woman because she stood up for her rights, something that, every citizen should have the right to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Ratzlaff. I live at 6039 North Roosevelt. It was 13 years ago, this spring, that Faith and Community, then a fairly fledgling group of people, of organization, rented 2 buses, took Fresno dignitaries and some that were non-dignitaries to look at housing here in Fresno. We saw dilapidated housing, we saw rats, we saw cockroaches, we saw mold, we saw holes in the wall, we saw all kinds of broken steps. And here we went on then through Mayor Autry's Blue Ribbon Commission, which was to work at those issues. Now, Mayor Swearengin has had several committees work at these kinds of things. So it's been 13 years. We're still talking about those same issues. Mayor Brand's act that's brought here is one way to solve that problem. It's one thing that we all can agree on. After 13 years, folks, it's time we get to it and not delay this anymore, but let's get this done and let's move on.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, President, Mayor. I speak today, my name is Margarita Rocha. I'm the Executive Director of Centro La Familia. I have been the Director for 23 years. We're located in 93706. My address is 4818 East Grant, and I live in your district, Mr. Olivier. I'm here to support this ordinance today. And the reason that I made the issue of the fact that I have been a director of Centro La Familia for 23 years is because for 23 years we have had to be an advocate for many families who are tenants. And the advocacy comes with having to do intervention, to do negotiation, to actually work with families and the landlord so they do not become homeless. that families have a healthy place for their children. This is all we want, and we want to even the playing field. We want protection for our landlord tenants, and we're here to support and offer any help we can to make this a successful. Please give it some teeth with the approval of it, that there is people assigned to make sure that on both ends it's enforced and that there's resources for it. This is a beautiful piece of work, and I thank all my colleagues who worked tenaciously to get it done. But after today comes the real work. So please hear my plea and support it. Thank you.
Good evening. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Helena Samorian, a retired social worker of 40 years, entering homes that were well-kept and poor people who kept them well, and older homes and older people who could not take care of their homes, and it's sad on both sides. However, I say just chuck this program, and the reason is you cannot control what people do in their homes. If you want to visit them every day, you can go every day, and how much would that cost a landlord? And sometimes these people do not let you into their homes. That's another issue. When they don't let you into their homes, you have to evict them. That takes time, that takes months. That's one issue. I think that really, you know, this project is going to cause rents to go up. First of all, you have to hire people to go. What if you're not able to go? What if you're out of town? What if you live out of town and you don't live in town and you have property in Fresno? There are those people too who are going to be, that's going to be a big issue. What are you going to have people come from out of town and travel to Fresno for their properties and then accompany another organization to go in and investigate what the house looks like inside? Outside you can see, of course. Another thing is evictions that I talked about. And the rents will go up in order to hire people to do this sort of work before it comes to the point where you're going to have a condition of non-safety and non-health. Now, when it comes to inside the homes, people who are renting the homes are supposed to call the landlord immediately. In fact, I've had that situation where I've told people and I've put it in writing, you must call me immediately when you have an issue. Then I can call someone out to fix the heater. I can call someone out to do the extermination. And if you're not clean, then you're going to get roaches. I don't care how many times you go in. Some people have roaches because they're not clean. If it's a situation of mice or rats, you call the exterminator. There are many kinds of businessmen that I have in this city who take care of those things, but they only can take care of it if the renter calls the landlord. Why are the renters avoiding the landlords?
Thank you.
Why? Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Christina Nelson. I live at 455 North Diana. And I'd like to, I think this is kind of, people are not educated, I don't believe, in how to deal with problems in their house. They're afraid of getting evicted and all that. There are a lot of the advocates that are pushing this issue right now don't realize that they're the ones that do not issue people the proper way, do not want to help. I've had that problem myself. I lived in LA, and as we know it, LA had the first state of alert with the homelessness. I feel that this project will bring more and more homeless because eventually the rent would go up, and a lot of people like me are on fixed incomes, and we already have problems with homelessness here. Things are ridiculous. A lot of people and everybody needs a place to live, but it's not necessarily that way. If there was more education and proper hands on having people know what to do, because I do know what to do, going to the proper authorities, and not to be intimidated, but a lot of people have that problem. And the people that are pushing this, I believe, are not the people to help. And then you also have other landlords. I'm looking at different ways. It would cost eventually more money. I'm using the city ordinance. And then another thing, There's a lot of landlords that are probably not here that really do not care about it. They're just money hungry and don't want to take care of people's where they live. The whole thing is educating people and having the proper resources, which we do. And a lot of people don't know their jobs and don't know how to address this issue. A lot of people are intimidated because they have a place they can afford to live, and they're afraid to because they might have a landlord like that, or they're just afraid of being evicted. I think that's a big issue, maybe just educating people and letting them know and letting people know what their jobs are, like the advocates that are pushing this issue, to help people also. Because there's a lot, I've had problems myself, where people have had me do something and they're not there to help, and then you're put on the spot. That's all.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Tim Kutzmark, and my address is 8909 North Laureen Avenue in Fresno. I am one of 28 faith leaders in Fresno who are part of Faith in the Valley, who have signed a letter in support of this act and in celebration of our new mayor's fine work. I'm speaking because this is a matter of morality. It is immoral to have people living in substandard conditions. This past summer, several of us from Faith in the Valley visited the residents of some substandard housing. Two scenes are forever seared in my mind. The first is on a really hot Fresno day, sitting with the family in a home where the air conditioning, a rental unit where the air conditioning was broken and had been broken for 2 years. I was blessed. I went home to my rental property that had working air conditioning, and I think most of us here on a summer night go back to working air conditioning. The second was meeting an extraordinary person who happens to be with us today, who shared her story that she was living in a rental unit with dead rats in the wall. The smell was so bad they had to plastic off the kitchen, and they were living in one small room, and the landlord refused to do anything about it. It's a question of morality and respecting the worth and dignity of all people.
Good evening, council members. My name is Madeline Cameron. I am a student at Fresno Pacific University, so my address is 1717 South Chestnut Avenue. And I just actually moved to Fresno at the end of 2016, and since moving here, I have seen that Fresno struggles with issues of poverty and division in ways that I never thought I would see or experience. But I have also seen that there are many unique systems and communities working together within Fresno to create positive change here. And I believe something special is happening in Fresno. And since starting an internship, working with some people in the Lowell community, I believe that this rental housing ordinance is a very big positive step in that direction. There is no way to begin improving the situations of rental houses without some initial inconvenience, but as has been stated before, establishing a baseline and registering all rental homes is crucial to paving the way to greater progress in the future. So in closing, I'd like to urge you to approve this ordinance so Fresno can continue to take better care of its residents and create safer and happier communities. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Aida Macedo, and my address is 841 East Beverly Way. I'm in Mr. Olivier's district, and I'm here. My comments are directed to my representative, but as to the rest of the members of this council. I think it's really important and critical at this time for you to support this act, not only because of what's happening locally, but let's not forget that there was an Oakland fire that just occurred a few months ago where 36 people died because of substandard housing. This is something that has already happened here at Hotel California, as well as Somerset, which I might add is in your district, Councilmember Olivier. I think this is urgent. I think that there's not going to be a perfect policy. There's some landlords here saying that this is an inconvenience measure for them to have inspections, but how inconvenient is it for people to live in substandard housing where they do not have heat? where they do not have heat, where they cannot provide for their children a safe home. This is your responsibility. Your responsibility to provide this safety measure, which is not asking for a lot for landlords. I am a homeowner myself, and honestly, if you're a landlord and you can't comply with simple inspections, you should not be a landlord. Thank you.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Angela Martin. I live on 1136 East Fedora, number 103, proud resident of District 7. I wanted to agree with the last speaker briefly. Choosing to purchase property and rent it out is a financial decision that has inherent risk, and if you're not prepared to take on that risk, then you shouldn't make that decision. For example, I would never do that. I have a safety pin instead of a button on my sweater. So there are choices that we can make in life, but not everybody has choices. People who have to choose between living in a cockroach-infested apartment or homelessness, that's not a choice. That's the illusion of choice. And it's time that we give people choices, secure basic human rights, and then allow people to make choices to improve their situation from there. But there has to be a baseline. I also speak as a Fresno State humanities student. I just want to remind the council that Fresno's brain drain problem is soon coming to an end, that young leaders are being trained and educated and on advocacy and how to speak towards social issues, and we're not going to go away. If we don't pass this ordinance tonight, we will continue to work. We're committed to our city, we're committed to its residents, and we're here for the long haul. Thank you.
Hello, Council President and members. My name is Lucio Avila. I work at Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. I'm a community organizer there. I'm also a partner of Building Healthy Communities, and I live in the 4th District. Really, I'd like to also thank Mayor Brand for bringing this ordinance to the table. You really did keep your promise. I mean, it really shows the kind of character you are, and we're really grateful for that. And just to let you know, I work with hardworking, responsible people here in Fresno and our communities, and majority of them I do meet are either living in substandard rentals or they know somebody that is. I mean, this is a real health issue here in our communities, and in order for us to start building healthy communities, we need your vote yes on this. People that I do work with are living in fear now, especially now more than ever, and so there's no way that they're going to be contacting any authority figure, and so that's why we need a proactive solution to these issues instead of a reactive one. And you know, I'm hopeful that this will pass. I really am, but it'll just be the start, you know. And what I'm really excited about is having the opportunity to work with you guys in implementing this Rental Housing Inspection Act. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Carrie Pillow, and I live at 7625 North 1st Street, apartment 172, and I'm a part of Gary Breedfeld's district. I wanted to come up and speak. I hadn't originally been planning on speaking, but I feel like the two kind of opposing sides that have come up and spoke have been talking past each other a little bit. I've heard several people that oppose this act talking about the need for tenants to petition their landlords when there's a problem, that the responsibility should be on the tenants. And this act is designed to protect those tenants who do know that that is their responsibility and cannot petition their landlords because they will be evicted, or that the landlords just won't do anything about it. And as long as there's no legal recourse for those people and there's no legal pressure on those landlords, the problem will not go away and will not be solved. So I urge you to pass this act for the people that cannot speak up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leslie Gakad. I live at 7484 East Ramona Way. I'm a proud member of District 4. I'm here as a concerned citizen and also as a registered nurse concerned about the public health impacts of our housing. I'll tell you a short story. 10 years ago, I myself lived in unsafe housing. I lived in an apartment which was roach infested. I approached my landlord at the time, who had pest control come out. However, the unit directly beneath us was also roach infested, and the manager refused to address the housing unit beneath us, so therefore the roaches continually came back. We also had a soft landing due to water damage. After we moved out, there was a resident that fell through and broke their leg. I was a part of the Faith and Community work 12 years ago that was working to address these issues. I stood in the room 10 years ago and I heard family after family after family tell me their stories of moldy showers, water under their floors, children dealing with asthma. I've seen children in emergency rooms, and I've seen family members in emergency rooms dealing with the health issues of unsafe housing. I would like to briefly respond to those groups that have asked for a delay and more time. My simple response is that we've been addressing this issue for 13 years. We do not need more time. Finally, because of the flexibility that is built into this legislation, I believe that we can work with landowners, with homeowners, to create the flexibility that is needed. If a homeowner or if a landlord is denigrated as a Tier 1 or Tier 2, then they don't need to worry as much. If they're denigrated as Tier 3, then there are probably people struggling with health issues today, and I'd like to urge my support of this issue to increase the supply of safe, decent, accessible, affordable housing in this valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Marshall. I represent Granville Realty at 1396 West Herndon. So good evening, council members and Mayor Brand. As a property asset manager for Granville Realty this is their property management division, which is all rental properties. We take amazing pride in providing quality rental housing. In our words, we believe it's beyond substandard, beyond the standard. And with that, we manage many multifamily and single-family homes, over 600 multifamily units and over 120 single-family units. And based on our third-party satisfaction surveys with our tenants, we maintain a 95% satisfaction. We take great pride as a company and also as a division to provide as a landlord, which there seems to be very little response from landlords here this evening that are, again, taking up this subject. But we wanted to say that with the recommendations of the clarifications that were presented to Sections H1, we are in support of this legislation, and I thank you.
Buenas noches, me llamo Sara Salgado.
Good evening, my name is Sara Salgado.
Vengo de FED en Fresno.
I live here in Fresno.
Yo vengo de una vivienda insaludable.
I come from I live in an unhealthy environment.
Y mi apartamento por dentro es limpio.
My apartment and the inside is clean.
Lo que mi problema son las ratas que hablaron hace rato.
But my problem is with the rats that were mentioned earlier.
Están adentro de las paredes, arriba del techo y abajo de la casa.
They're inside of the walls, on top of the roof, and underneath the house.
Ya me cambié de apartamento, pero hay otro problema donde me fui a vivir.
I moved from that apartment, but there's now another problem where I'm living at.
Apesta el aire acondicionado.
The air conditioner, the air that comes out of it smells.
Los gabinetes apestan igual.
The cabinets smell the same.
Y apenas tengo 4 meses de vivir ahí y ya me dieron que me pudiera yo cambiar de vivienda.
And I've only been living there, and they've allowed me to move from that apartment.
Ojalá y aprueben ustedes esta propuesta o esta ley para el bienestar de toda la comunidad, no nada más para mí.
I hope
that
you approve this measure, not just for my well-being, but for the community and our children's well-being.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Fabiola.
Good afternoon, my name is Fabiola.
Y yo vivo en el mismo set de apartamentos que mis compañeras y yo vivimos donde mismo sé de lo que está hablando.
And me and these other two ladies live in the same complex, so I know what they're talking about.
Hace unos meses atrás, por fin nos hicieron caso porque tuvimos que llamar a la ciudad de cambiarnos el techo.
Just a few months ago, they listened to us because we had to call the city so we can get a roof replaced.
Yo viví casi por 8 años con la ventana que cada vez que llovía se liqueaba.
For almost 8 years, I lived with a leaky window whenever it rained.
Y pues hasta que intervino la ciudad, de cierta manera, pues hicieron un poco de caso, pero el trabajo no lo han terminado.
Until the city finally intervened, but the work hasn't been completed.
Y tenemos un grave problema exactamente con cucarachas, ratones, que cada vez van y fumigan, pero más tardan ellos en ir, que en 2-3 meses está el problema igual para atrás.
And we still have a serious problem with roaches and mice, but it takes longer for the problem to be addressed before the pests come back 2 or 3 months later.
Entonces, cuando yo empecé a quejarme, a llamar a la ciudad y a tratar de hacer algo por mi comunidad, recibí el desalojo de 60 días. Esa fue su respuesta de ellos por quejarme.
When I started complaining to the city about these conditions, their reaction was to give me a 60-day eviction notice.
Y no se me hace justo porque tengo más de 10 años y ningún mes he dejado de pagar mi renta. Yo he cumplido hasta este día con esos requisitos que yo sé que tengo que cumplir.
And I don't think it's fair because I've been living there for 10 years, and for 10 years I've been paying my rent in a timely fashion, and I don't think what's being done to me is fair.
Y yo creo que es una de las compañías más bien donde yo vivo que tiene más apartamentos y casas de renta aquí en Fresno.
And the place where I live is owned by a company that owns probably one of the most number of apartment complexes here in Fresno.
Por eso yo les pido que apoyen esta póliza, porque hay mucha gente que no se atreve a hablar por miedo. A mí me da miedo estar aquí en este momento porque ya lo viví, ya lo pasé.
And that's why I'm urging you to support this measure, because there's a lot of people that are afraid of speaking up. I'm afraid of being here at this moment speaking up, and that's because I've already lived through it.
Y pues les quiero dar las gracias y espero que tomen en cuenta a todos los que estamos diciendo, que nomás somos un par de personas que estamos aquí, pero hay muchas personas atrás que viven en muy malas condiciones.
And I want to thank you for listening to us. I know it's only a few of us here talking about it, but there's a lot more going through this.
Just really quickly, want to let folks know, if you're worried about the meter, don't worry about it. Cities relax parking, so you won't go out and find a ticket. So with that.
Mi nombre es Juana Iris Mesa
My name is Juana Iris Mesa,
y pertenezco al distrito de Oliver Baines.
and I live in Oliver Baines District.
Yo llevo 5 años retando para la compañía JD Home. Lo voy a decir porque no me da miedo.
I've been renting at JD Homes for 5 years, and I'm going to say it. I'm not afraid of,
Bueno, sí me da miedo, pero
Well, I am afraid.
Me lo aguanto.
But, oh, wow.
Pero creo que es justo que demos la cara porque esta compañía, llevo 5 años viviendo con cucarachas, ratas, arañas, y las cagadas de las ratas están afectando a mis niños. El olor que sale de ahí del calentón.
I think we have to face this, and we have to say that we live in a place infested by roaches, mice, spiders, and the excrement from the mice, and what the pollution that it emanates is affecting our children's health.
Cada plato que uso lo tengo que lavar. He usado por más de 5 años Rai para matar a las cucarachas. Y yo creo que es un líquido que es muy malo para la salud.
Every time I eat, I have to wash my plate so I can eat, and I have to use Ray to kill all the roaches, and I think smelling that insecticide is not good for your health for all this time.
Han ido ha ido a la ciudad a mirar y ellos miran todo bien, pero el problema está por entre las paredes. De las cucarachas están entre las paredes y los ratones también están entre las
The
paredes.
city has come over and they checked that out. They think it's okay, but the problem lies in between the walls. That's where the roaches and the mice are at.
Quisiera que un día lo hicieran en la madrugada, como a las 2 o 3 de la mañana. Es cuando las cucarachas salen, los ratones también salen, y que miren ellos el problema que hay en los apartamentos.
Wish you can come out at 2 or 3 in the morning, which is when you're going to find the mice out there and the roaches running through the apartments.
Solo quisiera que la ciudad, por favor, nos apoye y apoye a estas viviendas de bajos ingresos, porque el hecho de pagar una renta mínima no quiere decir que no tengamos los mismos derechos que los otros renteros que pagan más renta.
I hope that the city council approves this measure, and I hope that you support low-income renters, because even though we pay less rent, doesn't mean that we should have less rights.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. How's it going, Council? My name is Francisco Espinoza. I live at 1625 Broadway Street. I'm actually glad the Granville folks came a little before me. I live in one of the Granville folks. This morning I got a Granville email and saying that I should come here, so I'm here. And I'm here in support of this ordinance. And it's, I think the first thing I want to say is, when I first moved here, it was very difficult to find housing, quality housing, and it's an issue. And the last one I want to say is, two weeks ago when I was, or a couple weeks ago when I was on vacation with my parents, my apartment was vacant. And when I returned, I walked inside and there was a chair that had a sign, a little letter that said, "We enter the premise, your house to do an inspection." And I think this is something that needs to be throughout the city of Fresno. And I say this because if Granville does not have an issue going into my property without me saying it's okay, then all residents and the city should make this uniform throughout the city so our residents have quality housing. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, give us your name and address, please, for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Uriel Maldonado. I'm a student at Fresno State. Address is 10230 North Deering Avenue in Fresno. I came here without really any really special interest in anything. I've been fortunate enough to have a good life where I did not have to struggle with substandard housing. So I can come in here and hear both arguments. And I want to say that I'm in completely support of this act. It's just not fair for people to have to live in homes that are not suitable for living. If you own a business, you have to understand that there is going to be a cost of owning a business. And I don't have anybody who I need to specifically cite that has had a problem. If you are in the business of renting out homes, you need to be able to provide something that's safe. You're not going to own a restaurant and provide food that is poison. It's going to cost you money. We know that. And I respect those who are willing to own properties and rent to people at lower rates where people maybe don't have the money, because I know that it's a luxury to rent to people when you have the money to buy in a nice area and bring in a lot of rent. So those who can provide good homes for people, safe homes for people in areas that don't have money and do it right, I'm all for that. I really respect those people. But we have to act in things that sometimes aren't completely in our best interest. The world is not perfect. We can't wait for perfect. If you do that, we'll never do anything. The only true failure is to not try at all. So I really hope that you guys support this, push this forward, and hopefully make incremental improvements in the future for those who maybe don't get the full benefits of this. But we can't do nothing. We just can't. Thank you.
Zach Dara, 1940 North Fresno Street, and I'm the Executive Director of Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries. Good evening, City Council. I'd also like to thank Mayor Brand. I spent some time going to mayoral candidate forums, and he told us he would work with us, and he'd figure out a solution. And he did what he said. And that's something that we should all value, and thank him for doing that. Since the Somerset apartment crisis, I've seen a lot of things. I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of the substandard housing in our city as it pertains to the Southeast Asian refugee community as a whole. Bruce Rudd and his STOP team, we've had an opportunity to work with them also, to work on 3 other communities, other complexes where the living conditions were similar and if not worse than the Somerset apartment community, utilizing a great strategy of working with CBO partners to see that residents in our community are properly served and they have safe and standard housing. Most of my words up here tonight are for Councilman Olivier. Councilman Olivier, I want to first thank you. A lot of people here don't know, but you were with me every single day during the Somerset apartment crisis, Most people here don't know that Clint Olivier came on Thanksgiving, and he stood with me, and he served the residents of the Somerset apartment community every single day. I'll never forget that, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to ask you to stand with them once again, to think about that as you make your vote tonight. It's a tough decision. I understand. It's not a perfect piece of policy. There's pieces on both ends that I think we want more or some want less. But I got to tell you, I think this is a start to something really special. And it was special for you to be there every single day. It showed your heart, and I hope to see your heart tonight as you make this vote. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Reverend Sophia DeWitt. I live at 4910 North Sequoia Avenue, Unit 104 in Fresno. That's in District 1. And I'm here tonight because I was on that bus tour 13 years ago that Pastor Steve referenced earlier with Faith in Community and other community groups and city officials. I was Zach's predecessor at firm, and I've worked for more than a decade in the areas of substandard housing and with our refugee and immigrant communities specifically, trying to help them improve the quality of where they live. This ordinance, while not perfect, is desperately needed. A lot of residents of our community do not call their landlord or code enforcement because they either don't speak the English language. Some of them don't even, if they speak other languages, some don't speak Spanish. Or they are afraid that if they complain, their landlord will hear from code enforcement that a complaint has been made about Unit 103, and they may receive an eviction notice at a later time. I want to commend all the community groups and Mayor Brand and the city staff who have worked on this ordinance 13 years in the making. It's time. I've heard some here say, well, if we pass this, rents may go up or certain other things may happen that would negatively impact landlords. Yes, that may happen. If we do not pass this, we know what will happen tonight, and that is that children and families will go to sleep in unhealthy and unsanitary conditions. We need to fix this now. Any other fixes can be made at a later time. Please vote yes on this ordinance. Thanks.
Good evening. Artie Padilla, 1691 South Valentine. I am director of Every Neighborhood Partnership, a local nonprofit that does a lot of community development work. We're in 50 of Fresno's 92 elementary school neighborhoods, and all of them across the board with all of your districts. So I think I'm just going to maybe take a little different spin, because you've heard a lot of great stories. All the stories that you've heard, I lived out in the 9 years of ENP. We've worked in a lot of these homes, helped to make some repairs to make them a little more livable. But I just want to also share that it's also the community's responsibility, and part of that education part that was mentioned earlier, that's something that the community took upon themselves to start educating, and not just educating on what are the things that we can do to go after the landlords, but what do we need to do to be good tenants as well. So it goes both ways. So we do take that accountability, and that's part of our education. So I don't want you to just hear that you need to do this, you need to do this. We need to do our part as well. And as someone that runs a nonprofit, I am always saying we have our own power within the residents, and we need to exercise that and work with the city. But right now, we need you guys to do something that is across the board in our city, a good decision in passing this, because this can start a great movement in 2017 where the community and City Hall works together, and I'd love to start that momentum moving forward. And just my last point, the three ladies that shared in Spanish, I've been volunteering in their neighborhoods for 14 years, and though they live in substandard housing, they volunteer at their school, they clean up their parks, they clean up their streets, and they are actively engaged. So these are quality people, even though they live in substandard housing. So thank you.
Thank you. For the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alexandria Cardenas, and I live at 6661 North Winchester Avenue, and I am blessed to have a very nice landlord. I'm here on behalf of MAPA, that's the Mexican American Political Association. I'm in charge of their membership. So I'm not going to keep you guys long. I just wanted to let you guys know where I'm coming from personally. I'm blessed to work at the Terraces at San Joaquin Gardens, and if you guys are all familiar with that, you know that it's a gorgeous and very affluent facility. I can see in the audience that we have at least one resident there, so this matters to all of people, all of Fresno. When I come from my area of the north side of town and I drive down to the fairgrounds, guess what? I want to see the same gleaming streets that are up on my side of town. I want there to not be potholes. I don't want to see trash. I don't want to see homeless. And I'm not saying that out of cruelty, but I'm just saying all of Fresno belongs to me. All of Fresno belongs to us, not just one side or the other. Also, too, I work as a beautician, and I know what it's like to have to be hygienic and what the state requires of me. So why would I do something subpar or put people at risk if the state requires that of me? Why would the state not require that of our landlords? And lastly, just one little thing that I want to say personally is I think you guys all really want to be here. You guys worked hard. You guys did your campaigns. You guys all got elected. So what kind of place do you want to represent? What do you want other politicians, other cities, other governments to see, other countries to see when they say Fresno? What did their city council represent? They represented awesomeness. They represented humanity and cleanliness. So I urge you all, please, to pass this measure.
Hi, my name is Joy Hall Villarreal. I live at 4966 East Madison Avenue. I don't represent anybody. I have come from the Bay Area, and I worked on 2 ordinances. One of them was a rent control ordinance called Hayward Citizens for Rent Control, and I also worked on an ordinance called Creative Resources for Independent Living, which is an ordinance that we developed for handicapped persons, disabled persons, turning the city of that Hayward into an area that was manageable for disabled persons, making the rooms in the apartments available for them, and also working in some standard housing. I worked with these community organizations for over 10 years. The ordinances worked. We had meetings such as you have here with over 1,000 to 2,000 people at those meetings. We had so many people at the meetings that we not only had city council filled up, we had other rooms filled up. We had 2 other rooms filled up at one time, besides the city council chambers. Hayward is a lot bigger than this area. It covered a lot of area that you don't cover here. I saw everything from tenants complaining about the jacuzzi not working to falling through the stairways because the stairways were broken. We had landlords that were good landlords, and they were there immediately. We had tenants that were good tenants, and they would keep up the places. It's not a matter of good and bad. It's a matter of just maintaining the property. Anyone that rents a property, rents it because they want to. They don't want to live in a home. They don't want to pay property taxes. They want to live in a property that is less expensive as far as upkeep, and then that they can do things in their free time besides work around the property. We have people that here that have expressed some of the things that are wrong with their places, And have landlords that expressed how they feel about their property. I want to say that some of the properties that I've lived in over the years, in the Bay Area compared to here.
Excuse me, can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Okay, were different, just a lot what you have here. And I wanted to let you know that this can work because it's worked in other cities.
Thank you for your comments. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Brandy Hutchinson, 3762 North Claremont Avenue, Fresno, 93727. I really don't have anything planned out that I want to say besides the fact that as a landlord and management agent for Fresno, specifically in the southwest Fresno area, I feel a little beat up in here today. As a landlord, a lot of us do care. We care very much about our housing that we provide. I provide and deal with low-income housing, HUD subsidized, and unfortunately I do have to say that most of our repairs and damages that we have to take care of are resident damages. We're not having, my maintenance team is not having to go fix an old HVAC unit. They're having to go fix holes in walls. They're having to go replace damaged doors because just multiple holes have been put in. What do? We work with that resident as well. We work with that resident and say, look, you can't do these damages. If you do these damages, we have to charge you. If you continue to make these damages and you don't care about where you live, then this is not the right place for you. So if it's not the right place for you and you live somewhere that is substandard, you need to speak up, like you're speaking up now. But you're punishing the rest of us who do care. And there's a very small percentage in here of these slum landlords that are not represented here today, that they are the ones that need to be punished. But as a whole, and I'm not opposing this, I'm not a fan of it either, because it will, I have to do yet another inspection at my apartment communities. Tenant education is huge. You know how to come down here, you know how to stand up for yourself, call code. But most of the damages that we address, at least in my experience and my grounds, all we do is pick up trash all day and fix holes in the walls and clean up after people. And it's really disheartening, it's really frustrating, and I kind of have the saying, I care if you care. And if you stop caring, you don't show me that you care, we don't evict people because they complain. You can't legally do that. I just need to note that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Diane Merrill, 8540 North Colfax in Fresno. And I am here because a school teacher friend of mine could not be here tonight. And I'm sort of speaking on her behalf, but also from what I've been hearing from school teachers for years. A lot of the students in this town live in substandard housing, or a significant number. And it can make it very difficult for them to do homework, to get enough sleep. If the cooking appliances, refrigerators and such are not working, it can be difficult to get a decent meal. If the air conditioning and heating are not operating, it can be very difficult living in these places, and it can disrupt their ability to learn in school. And that is a high priority in this town, is to make sure our students get a good education, prepare themselves for the job market and other things. And I think that should be taken into consideration, and all of you should support this measure.
Thank you. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record.
Ann Toyloy, 3128 Willow Avenue in Clovis. First of all, I would just like to remind everyone that most of the housing in Fresno is good housing. As you listen to these speeches, you would think that everything was substandard housing. If the purpose is to increase the number of housing units that are decent in Fresno, increasing the regulations doesn't do that. As a person who's been working for an investment firm for almost 20 years, I can tell you that they invest money in their properties, and they look at it as an investment, and they take care of it. We care about our properties, and we believe our tenants care about our properties. So if you want to increase the number of units that are available in Fresno, increasing regulations is not going to help you. We all deplore substandard housing. My heart was sick as I listened to these people and heard about roaches, rats, leaking roofs, and appliances that don't work. That's not what most of us believe in. Most of us have spent our lives or our careers working in housing. And, you know, some affordable, some market rate, some working class. It's all types of houses. And we've had a code enforcement in Fresno for years. What we should be concentrating on are our known problems, not the entire industry.
Thank you for your comments. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Victoria Garrity. I'm at 6540 North Blythe Avenue. And I wanted to come up. There's been a lot of talk about clients' rights and them not knowing. But you have to also look at the other side. There are tenants that know their rights. They know how to take care of things. I've done a lot of canvassing, as I spoke about before. I did, however, have the opportunity to and work with a veteran who has fought in the Iraq War. He is facing these same dilemmas with substandard housing. This man walks around with bullets still in him, and when he said he wanted to speak up and be a part of this and get this program in place, his neighbors told him, no, you don't want to do that. You do that, code enforcement's going to come out, and the manager here will kick you out. He has no money to move somewhere else, so he's having to also put up with these issues who he has fought for this country. And my other point I wanted to make is there's this talk about the different levels, which I believe is a great thing, and if you're a good landlord, you have nothing to worry about. You're not going to be out extra money, and you're going to be okay. The ones that aren't taking care of their properties, yes, those are the ones that need to be concerned, and I believe that's where the city should be, is to go after them and reward the ones that have been doing a good job. And I give hands up to Mayor Brand for doing this, and I ask that all of you vote for it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council President and Council members. Nelson Esparza at 1535 North Cedar Avenue. First off, I'd like to, of course, thank the mayor and his staff for so proactively bringing forward this ordinance to address this critical issue. I represent the central and southern portions of our city on the Fresno County Board of Education. And as elected representatives, we do this to serve our community, and we each have our own respective roles. And what so many folks don't understand about education is that the overwhelming majority of factors that impact student success every day don't happen in the classroom. Did they have breakfast before they came to school this morning? Did they have a warm place to sleep at last night? Is their asthma acting up because their home is filled with mold? These are just a few of the different factors. And we cannot have an honest conversation about moving our city forward without talking about our most valuable resource, and that is our children. And so I urge this council to vote yes on this ordinance, if for no other reason than to continue taking care of our children and for a brighter future for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, please give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Leticia Valencia. I'm a community organizer with Faith in Fresno, formerly Faith in Community. I just wanted to come up here and just say thank you to Mayor Brand, who put this forward and kept his promise and heard the cries of our community in his first 100 days of office. And what an incredible opportunity he has given to all of you to pass this and create a true safe home, a place that our so many families that are so vulnerable can call home. And we stand ready to work with the CAA, to work with the City of Fresno to fully implement all of this. So again, I encourage you to create that safe home for all families in Fresno that you're elected to represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Brand, I want to thank you all for listening to us. It's been many years. I'm Father Art Gramaje. I'm the pastor at St. Anthony Claret Church, 2494 South Chestnut, and I'm in Luis Chavez's district. Mayor Brand, thank you for fulfilling your promise. When you came to our forum during the election times, you promised to work with us in Faith in Fresno, and thank you for fulfilling that. This is an opportunity, I think, a unique opportunity, because you have all studied this and you have heard the stories. And Reverend Tim mentioned this is a moral issue. I agree with that. I agree with Pastor Steve, Pastor Sophia, Jim Grant, who represents the Archdiocese of Fresno, the Diocese of Fresno. This is a moral issue. And really the question is, do to others what you would want them to do to you. If you lived in these homes that you've seen, I know you've seen them, what would you want? You would want action. So I encourage all of you and Luis Chavez, my representative, to vote in favor of this ordinance. It's not perfect, and again, we can work with this start and this positive step. Thank you.
Please give us your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jonas Paulos. I'm an advocate for the veterans. I've been volunteering at the VA for 2 years because I suffered from concussion. I was homeless before, and I lived in Sin City. Right now, my address is 21. For the record, 2115 Inyo Street, apartment 206. But I lived at 1396 East San Bruno, Sin City. I was living with roaches. I thought it was normal because I suffer from concussion and I have a loss of vision now. I can't see out of one eye. So I want you guys, all you can do is this for me and the veterans. That's all I want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Letty Shama. I live on Brighton Lane in Fresno, California. So first of all, thank you, Mayor Brand, for this proposal, and thank you for the council members as well for giving me an opportunity to speak. I've been in affordable housing for a good 12 years, and I have been blessed to work with some awesome property management companies, including the one I presently work for. I have gone into units where there have been roaches, where there have been mice, and a lot of it is through tenant neglect. It is hard to hear so many people against landlords. It's a sad experience that they've had to go through that, but they need to also consider that there are many of us who do our job, who are diligent, who do our inspections. And when we say it's an inconvenience, it's not an inconvenience because we don't care. It's an inconvenience because we have inspections from the city already, we have inspections from the county, we have inspections from the state, and from federal agencies. So if residents can handle having 5 to 10 inspections a year, well, no problem. I have no problem with it because I take pride in the work that I do as the companies I work for and the company that I presently work for. So take into consideration that you cannot judge every book by its cover. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, good evening, council members. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We are here in strong support of this ordinance. We feel that it is a strong, positive step forward to addressing this issue. We think the issue is simple and clear. It's not so complicated as we make it. Everyone has a right to safe and affordable and decent housing. And we know that thousands of residents in the city do not get to exercise that right. As many people have said here today, this is your fundamental responsibility as our elected representatives, to make sure that residents in the city can lead a safe and healthy life, and that our basic local and state laws are actually implemented and enforced. So I ask you to please move forward in adopting this ordinance. And I would say this is not about being against landlords, being against tenants. This is about ensuring that everybody has the ability to lead a healthy life and fulfill their potential. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this issue? Please please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Corey Alexander Coakley. I'm in a circumstance where my transition from Virginia to California has been supported by Fresno Housing Authority. I have a cousin going through litigation right now. His transition, he's been here for a while. He's in Nesbeth, by the way. I'm winging this, so forgive me for a second. His transition is that he has a couple of kids, and his circumstance of losing his job, everything hit him at once. So now he's due to move out. Mold infestation, water contamination, things that are standard. The quality is extremely poor, so people can't fight off illnesses. There's a few points that I was going to make. One is evictions. That follows people for a long time. You don't get that off your record. Whether it's your fault, whether it's the landlord's fault, doesn't matter. But you can't really get a fresh start. The next thing is evolving pesticides. These roaches that you're talking about and rats that you're talking about, the problem isn't as simple as people think. They survive in all environments. Who the responsibility is for, I don't know. But I thought the council should take into consideration this act. If it doesn't provide a permanent resolution so that these issues are resolved once and for all, and maybe the next problems that the system addresses doesn't have to reoccur. Is that too time?
Oh, welcome to finish your thought.
Okay. Resolution is the key, and a lot of things that we do is just a Band-Aid, and it doesn't reflect a permanent solution. I deal with quite a few large legislative organizations, and I'm new to this, but I'm indigent as we speak. My persona definitely reflects that. So I'm not sure who the responsibility goes to, whether it's the landlord, whether it's the tenants, but if you're going to approve this act, which I am ignorant of, may I state, definitely understand that we have to as a whole, bottom and top, understand that the people, not just the abuse, but the resolutions that we use to resolve this matter, are they really resolutions? And whether it's air pollution, are they really going to sustain the quality of life, or are they going to prove the ability to create a better resolution? And if we do that, people will start seeing that we're not hustling backwards no more. And I guess that was it.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Nancy Waitlow, 804 East Fedora Avenue in Fresno. And I would just like to bring up a couple of things regarding the totality of the problem that we're dealing with here. Homelessness and the substandard housing are just two faces of the same problem. People don't have any place else to go. The ones in the substandard housing are paying good bucks, a lot of money, that they don't have very much of, a really large proportion of what they get for this awful housing, that they don't have any choice. There isn't any place to go. So I'm hoping that the next thing you'll do, okay, this is a good thing you're doing, and you should be proud of yourselves. I am proud of you. I'm proud of Mayor Brand. Let's get this done and then expand it. We've heard from many people that everybody deserves a good place to live. Okay, the street is not really a good place to live. Some of these substandard housing places, I tell you what, I would rather live on the street. I've seen them. And that's it. Thank you. Do it.
Thank you, Nancy. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I'll make this quick. I am Sergio Cortez with No More Slumlords, and I live at 1612 Fulton Street. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's getting pretty late, but I just want to be on the record that No More Slumlords support this. And we apologize if we blew up your Twitter feed or your Facebook with all our messages, but actually we don't apologize, but we did that intentionally. So hopefully you got to see some of those stories and, just consider this proposal, this ordinance in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close public comment, would like to invite anyone else who wants to comment on the issue to come forward.
Matthew Gendian, professor at Fresno State, 5340 North Campus Drive in Paul Caprioglio's council district. This is what democracy looks like. The people have spoken, the leaders have listened, the leaders have engaged diverse stakeholders to produce a proposed ordinance that is a compromise of a variety of interests. I compliment and am impressed by the commitment and dedication of Mayor Brand and his team for keeping their word, for working hard across diverse ideological divides, across diverse economic interests to produce this ordinance. I listened tonight, and I know that this ordinance is taking things a bit further. STOP, led by Bruce Rudd, city manager, and others, has been a good reactive tool. ASSET is a prospective good reactive tool. But those are reactive. This now will complement that with a proactive measure. I always tell my students, as well as my 2 teenage sons, which takes longer, to mess up your room or to clean it up. We have a lot to clean up in Fresno, but by being proactive, we can prevent a mess from getting worse. We listened. We heard some people talk about fears of what might happen, fears of what costs might be for doing something. But what is happening? What are the costs of not acting? That is a question that will rest with you in this decision. This is a chance for a healthy Fresno through healthier homes. This will make Fresno a better place, and it starts with this vote tonight. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no one else who wishes to address the council, then we will close public comment. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the city council on this agenda item? Okay, at this time, we will officially close public comment on the agenda item. As is customary and as is very unpopular with those who don't have to use the restroom, we are going to call a break simply because let folks get a drink, let folks use the bathroom, and that's not just for the council, but everyone in the galleries as well. Let's come back from the recess at 7 o'clock. That should give folks enough time, 12 minutes. Thank you all very much for coming and for your comments.
First of all, I want to commend Mayor Brand and his team for this effort. I know Mayor Brand. He has a tremendous heart. He wants to do the right thing. He wants to improve the city, and he's worked hard to bring all the people together, and I think he's done a very fine job and effort at that. I also want to commend the Fresno Bee because of their stories and their highlight of what was going on with Somerset. Really got a lot of people up here and others to really take the issue much more seriously than I think has been done in the past. And I'm talking for many, many decades, many, many years. And so I think it's because of their efforts that people really got motivated to do something. I think we all want to address this problem and solve it. I mean, clearly there's a problem in our city as there is in many cities. I've met with people on both sides of the issue. Anybody who's wanted to meet with me, we've met with. I've listened to arguments on both sides. And, you know, in our own staff report, it says the city of Fresno has historically struggled to effectively address substandard rental housing and related health and public safety violations due to a reactive code enforcement strategy that's lacked focus and resources. Over the past year, the administration and the council worked more clearly to define housing code violations, increase the amount of fines, enhanced enforcement provisions, and has aggressively pursued legal actions against irresponsible property owners. Initially, it started with the STOP program, which has become ASSET. An ASSET is basically where we seriously go after landlords. When we are aware of a violation, we go after them. We find them. We ensure that payments are made. And we've also moved to take their properties. That's something that's really not been done before. And we need to continue our efforts and double our efforts at making sure that we do that. We also need to do a tenant education. I mean, people talked a lot about tenant education and informing tenants of their rights. There is a fear for some people, I'm sure, to file a complaint. I'm sure they fear that they will be evicted. And we need to let them know that they have rights. There are laws against that. You know, you can't just do that without violating the law. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm sure it does. But we need to educate people about their rights. So let's address, you know, the legislation. In the staff report as well, when it highlights all the things we haven't done, it also says that it's believed that a large majority of rental properties are safe and well maintained by responsible property owners and professional property management companies. It's estimated that in the 85 to 90,000 rental units we have in the city, perhaps there's a 10 to 15% problem. Well, that means that 85% or more aren't a problem. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They maintain standard housing. They maintain healthy, quality housing for the majority of people. And I think that does happen throughout the city. And I think we don't hear from those folks. We've heard from some of them. But the majority of the people do the right thing. And so part of what I'm concerned about as we move forward in this legislation is, are we overreaching? Are we, in a sense, punishing people who do the right thing because everybody now has to register? Everybody has to have some sort of inspection. The inspections are $100 per inspection. Now, that might not seem like a lot now, and people always, you know, say, well, over 5 years, it's not much. But the reality is, those costs usually get passed on down to tenants. Whenever we enact taxes or charge people more money, they usually pass it on down to their customers, in this case, the tenants. And the fact is, while this is a legislation that we all believe and want it to believe that it's going to do something very positive, many of us, we're not going to be here for 10 years or 15 years from now when that, if we approve this, that $100 will not be $100, it'll be $400 and $500. And perhaps there's going to be other regulations. And perhaps when this government program gets bigger, as most do, people who are sitting up here will say, perhaps we shouldn't be charging that rent. Those landlords are charging too much, and they should be charging less. The concern I always have whenever we enact a large government program or enact a new government program, what are the unintended consequences of that program? Because there always are. What will happen with the tenant? Will their rents go up? Will they be evicted? What if the tenant doesn't want the city or government to come into their home? I don't want government to come into my house, and I know a lot of people don't, and perhaps you wouldn't want them to come into your home. Now, As I said, I've listened to a lot of people. I'd like to just briefly read what somebody sent me. They said, as a landlord for a 4-unit apartment complex, my wife and I are proactive in caring for our apartment units and for the tenants. We already pay for the fire department inspections every year. We feel there are already California laws that protect the tenants more so than the landlords. And in reality, the California laws are more geared toward tenants. They are. Tenants have the resources to help them. Meanwhile, as a landlord, my wife and I maintain our units in the common area weekly and sooner if tenants call. We have our heat and air units inspected and cleaned every year before summer. We offer free washer and dryer room. We pay the utilities. We never charge a late fee when the tenants have a valid financial problem or a family crisis. We include an addendum in our rental agreement that the tenant notifies us of any problems in the unit, and we respond ASAP. The $100 fee per unit inspection is unfair to us and the tenants. Just because there are a few bad landlord-tenant situations and the media is concerned about it does not indicate that we're all irresponsible. And there is a little thing called the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment says that people have a right not to have their properties searched without a warrant. Now, I would like to finish. I didn't interrupt anybody here. You may not like what I'm saying, but I'd like you to show me the same respect I showed you. There is a thing called the Fourth Amendment. I respect the Fourth Amendment. There are cities, like in Garland, Texas, where people have sued the city over the Fourth Amendment. People coming in and forcing inspections. It's something we can't just ignore because you may not like it, but it's there for a reason, and I respect it. You know, we all support getting rid of slumlords. I do. I don't think there's anybody up here who doesn't support getting rid of slumlords. I own some apartments. I can tell you mine are taken care of all the time. When people call me, I take care of it right away. But around me, they don't take care of it. I see it every day. And one of them is an out-of-town owner, and the city's aware of that person, and they haven't enforced their own municipal codes. So the question is, how do we get to the same place all of us want? People are believing right now that it's this rental inspection program. I question, do we have laws currently against substandard housing? The answer is yes. Do we have laws against code violations? We do. Do we have laws against vermin in apartments and public safety codes? Yes, we do. And ultimately, when we do, if we were to do this rental inspection program, you know what we come back to if people don't follow it? Enforcement. The very thing that my colleagues developed with Asset. It always will come back to enforcement. And if we're not serious about enforcement, which this city has not been until it was highlighted with Somerset and the Fresno Bee, then we're not going to solve the problem. And it's only when we get serious about enforcement, it's only when we send out the message by taking someone's property who doesn't respond to the code violations that the message goes out, we're not messing around anymore. So being opposed to this legislation is about being in support of enforcing our existing laws and codes. It's about being opposed to unfair government programs and not just supporting feel-good legislation because all of us feel good we did something today, without fully understanding the unintended consequences, and there will be many of them. So I say let's continue our efforts with Asset, let's continue our enforcement policies, let's continue to strengthen them, but let's not be just for government and expanding government and charging people fees, and people who haven't done anything wrong registering and charging them fees, and punishing 85 to 90% of the population that doesn't do anything wrong. I'm against that, just as I'm against slumlords. I'm for fairness, and I'm for making sure that we do what's effective, not what just feels good. We have regulations, state, federal, local laws to ensure safe housing. Let's enforce what laws we have on the books. Let's continue our efforts. Let's educate tenants. And let's send a message out that Fresno's not messing around with slumlords, including the ones that are out of town. So I'm for making sure that we get rid of slumlords. We may have a different point of view. We're all in this together. I share your concerns. I've heard every one of them. But I can't support something that I think is unfair, has untoward consequences, and ultimately we'll come back to the very thing we're trying to do, which is enforcement. Thank you.
The screen is clear. This is usually a very gabby group. Tonight, nobody wants to talk.
I'm being forced to.
What's going on?
Make some remarks here. So, I'm going to be supportive of the ordinance tonight, so I'm not going to hold anyone in suspense. And because of that, and I have a feeling that I'm not the only one that's in support of this, and I'd love to get to a vote. I'm not going to make my comments too long. This is an awesome issue to tackle, and the very first thing I want to do, and really rolling out my remarks is, and it's been done a number of times tonight, but I think it's worth repeating, particularly from us up here on this dais. And we really do need to take a moment and thank our Mayor Lee Brand for upholding his promise to this community. And many of you know me that when I say things like that, I mean it. I sat up here in the December 15th meeting when he was sitting right down there where Councilmember Bredefeld is sitting, I think, or he was sitting right there where you were sitting, Luis. And he promised this community that on February 2nd, he would come back with a better ordinance. At that moment, he made a promise to his community, and we as electeds and politicians, we do that all the time, and you guys know we love to give you excuses about why we don't uphold our promises, but you did, Mayor Brand, and it's important. And I've got to say that this was an extremely difficult effort. Many of us worked long hours to bring this to you today. There were multiple versions of this document before we got to this version here. It was an incredible effort on behalf of this community. And I'm going to tell you, it's very rare. I've been here 6 years. It's extremely rare to have such a controversial piece of legislation that has opposing sides supporting it. It's a rare and special moment for this community, and we ought to relish it tonight. Because I'll tell you, it's rare. It's rare to do this. And the type of effort it takes to do that on both sides is tremendous. And that happened. And so while I want to thank Mayor Brand, and I really do believe in a very real way that he was the right person at the right time for this issue, because he understands it in a unique way. But I would be wrong if I did not take a moment to thank a very special person who does not get a lot of credit, and who's not going to like that she's getting the credit tonight, but Patience Milrod. Patience, it is absolutely impossible for me to make any remarks without giving you a heartfelt thanks to your effort on behalf of people in this community that you don't even know and don't know you. You are the epitome of civic engagement for all the right reasons. I appreciate all the long hours that you and your colleagues put in on this, and I know I can't name all of them, but I know you acted as somewhat of a point person. And if I'm offending anyone, I apologize, but that was my go-to person. So it is to be said that she was an instrumental partner in this process on behalf of tenants in this community. Believe me, she represented the interests of communities, and I've got to say that. So thank you, Patience. And it must also be said, an equal and proportional amount of thanks has to go to our California Apartments Association. That listen, the amount of work that was put into this by their association. And listen, we're talking about, they didn't agree with this at first. To come around and be a part of this, to be a constructive partner in this process was difficult. To get the membership to come around is difficult. And to come here and stand before you today in partnership and solidarity with the other side of this argument is difficult work, and I commend you and thank you to all the membership of the California Apartments Association for coming in here and standing with your community in its totality tonight. So I thank you for that. And so I promised I wouldn't be long, and I'm not. But I wanted to say those thank yous because they're important. And I want to just talk about a couple things because a lot's been said, a lot's been said. But this ordinance, I listened to people come up here that that are landlords and were a little frustrated that they're good property owners and they're feeling targeted, and I can appreciate that. I had a gentleman come up, and I don't know if he's still here. He talked about that we're really talking about less than 1.5% of the properties in Fresno that fall in this condition as a slum property, substandard housing, to be more appropriate. I even heard my council colleague a moment ago talk about 85% of property owners are good property owners. And listen, I want to stand by those comments. It has been my experience with property owners in this community that most of them are very good. And I don't want anyone to get the impression that this ordinance is targeting good property owners. But I'm going to tell you something. 1.5%, 85%, the rest of that, the rest of those percents that we're leaving out are actual people. They aren't numbers. We're talking about people tonight. And I'm going to tell you something. Laws are not made for the majority. They are always made to protect the minority, and they always react to the minority. I was a police officer for almost 12 years. Let me tell you, the vast majority of people in the country are good. But we got a ton of laws. It's not because most people are bad. It's because we are worried about the minority of people that are not going to do the right thing. We need to make sure there's an apparatus in place to deal with them. This is no different. This is no different. This is for the minority of bad property owners that exist, and we need an apparatus to deal with them. And we do not have it yet. And so, which is why I'm going to come back to give Mayor Brand another compliment as I conclude. Einstein says that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So today, February 2nd in Fresno, we're trying something different and hoping for a different result and not doing the same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Mr. Rudd.
That's actually me, Clint. I just want to be brief. I forgot, and I always forget some names when I'm trying to give credit to people, that Councilman Baines was a major part of the success of this program early on, so I want to give him the kudos for being there and helping facilitate this process. That he was a major part of hopefully its success. I want to thank the many people who showed up tonight. I want to thank my colleagues, whether you vote for or against it. I always have the greatest respect for you and your integrity. You make good arguments, but I'll make a vow to the people of Fresno that we will make this work. We're dying to make it work, and the people that are good property owners will come out on top. Those who are not, we're going to deal with, and we'll make this a better city because of it. Thank you.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to keep my remarks very short, but I will be supportive this afternoon for all the reasons that were highlighted today by the multiple people that came before us to tell us their story, to tell us the concerns that they've had. I do see this as a step in the right direction. Incremental change is a lot better than no change, as was said by my colleague. I do want to thank all of you. I want to thank the residents. I want to thank the Spanish-speaking moms that were here and that have been here meeting after meeting, advocating not only for themselves but for their children, for the future of Fresno. I really want to thank them. I want to thank the advocates, also the industry leaders. I met with many of them to also hear their concerns, the students, and just to all the residents and all the individuals that have been involved in this process. I do also want to thank the mayor and the mayor's staff for sitting down with me. I know that you guys took the input that I gave to you guys in the last few days in terms of making it a better product. So I do want to appreciate everyone's hard work. I think that this is a really, like I said, an incremental piece of a broader conversation that has to be had here in the city of Fresno when we're talking about housing. And a housing crisis that we face. So I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation, seeing this implemented so that we raise the quality of our housing stock in Fresno, and that we stay on task to address the challenge of affordability that is ahead of us as many cities across the state face this same issue. So I'm looking forward to working with the mayor in finding additional funds. Let's look through that budget as we're sorting through it this next year so that we create additional funds and a special fund for affordable housing. There is a need not only to address the existing stock, but we need additional stock here for the city of Fresno. So I'm proud tonight to be able to stand on the right side of history in making incremental change in our community and really continuing this transformation that we're seeing before our eyes every day here in the city of Fresno. And I want to thank again everyone for being here.
Thank you, Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Honestly, folks, this is not my best day. I've been home in bed for 2.5 days, doing a lot of things that I want to talk about, but it's horrible. But I knew today would be a day of reckoning, and so about 2:30, I drug out of bed and got a shower, and here I am, so bear with me if you would. I'm sorry, I may not look like I was attentive, but believe me, I was, but I was trying to hold down a bunch of things as well at the same time. So, but I know this is so important to all of us that I had to be here. I couldn't, they'd have to wheel me in a wheelchair if necessary to be here for this occasion. And I just wanted to say that the title of this action is called Rental Housing Improvement Act. It's not the ultimate solution. It's not a perfect remedy. It's not an end-all, be-all act. It is an improvement act. What improvement means, we're doing better. And from there, we can add, delete, we can do all sorts of things to this act to make it better and better for everyone in the city of Fresno. And so we have to start somewhere, and this is a great start. And why is it a great start? I've been on the council 4 years. I don't think I've ever seen a diversity of citizens from our community coming together in this chamber to reach a solution that will help everybody in our community. You all, seriously, it's hard for me to understand why you would not support this because of that diversity, because of everybody that's been involved, because of the hard work of the administration, and this is the right thing to do. And I wanted to thank everyone, all of you and everyone listening and watching, all of you that touched this document. Without you, it would not be possible. And through the leadership of our mayor, we're here today to vote for this, and I strongly support this action. Thank you.
Member Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight and expressing their opinion for sure. It's very great. I actually have a hat tip to Mayor Brand, and the document that you put together, I'm willing to say that it's definitely superior to what we were looking at last year, and I think it's a good product. You put a lot of hours in, your team sitting there in the front row. You did a lot of great work, and components from throughout the community you were able to bring together, so I give you props for that. I'm going to read a little bit more than I normally do because I promised my staff I would not get all wound up tonight, which I'm prone to do. But proactive work, in my opinion, is the job of the community. An example of that is the Neighborhood Watch program. In a great way, tonight is an example of Neighborhood Watch. You are the community. The proactive work a lot of times falls on your shoulders, but it's gloriously expensive and horribly intrusive when government gets proactive. When government expands blindly like the program we are considering tonight, mistakes are the most common outcome. The law of unintended consequences, and I've seen it already in my 4 short years at Fresno City Council, when we thought we were doing the right thing and it came back to bite us in the butt. The law of unintended consequences often takes over, and the very people you intend to help are tragically hurt. In this case, we may see an increase of people on the street as rents increase. I have issues that I'm not going to go into tonight because they've been addressed by my colleagues. I have issues with this law of unintended consequences that I just mentioned. I have issues with Fourth Amendment rights, illegal search and seizure without warrants, Councilmember Bredefeld talked about, our U.S. Constitution. I have issues with the lack of addressing the tenant-based problems. That's something I'm not going to go into tonight. This document does not really address that. I did create a video on Facebook this afternoon. I invite you to go on my Facebook page and check out a couple of photos and a video about tenant-based problems. And then finally, there's a lot of ambiguity in the flexible regulations that are included in this document. I would say that most of you spoke tonight about mold and cockroaches, not addressed. We're going to have to wait and see what that looks like. So I agree that there is a problem. In efforts to aggressively attack slum housing, I developed the anti-slum enforcement team with Councilman Olivier, and it passed 5-2 in November. I believe even my colleagues that disagree with me on the proactive part of this agreed with us in November, because we didn't. Councilman Baines didn't, because he was waiting for an overhaul of code enforcement, which we're still waiting for. So ASSET, or the Anti-Slum Enforcement Team, was a common sense approach which adds the appropriate tools to battle slumlord offenders or the bad apples in our community. I appreciate the work of Mayor Brand and his team, as I've mentioned, and I appreciate the motive of our citizens. I do agree with every council member who said, in my mind, we're all fighting the same battle. I would ask that you would understand that. Clint and I put in many hours, Mayor Brand, former Councilman Brand, hundreds of hours, as you used to say, developing ASSET. And so I want you to know that I, who am not going to be supportive tonight of the proactive approach, I put in a lot of time, and I can't stand slumlords operating in our city, okay? We might disagree on the approach, although the thing that we're developing tonight includes the ASSET package. But I can't go beyond the common sense, measured approach, and I can't support the proactive additions that Mayor Brand is suggesting tonight, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Well, the screen is clear, and it's customary that the council president give the final remarks before the vote. And I just wanted to begin by saying I appreciate each and every one of you who came tonight. Some of you have been to council before, and everyone's perspective is always welcome, and everyone is appreciated, and your ideas are appreciated. Before I begin, I would just like to beg your pardon, because I think that I wasn't prepared for such brief remarks, and I've already kind of trashed part of what I was going to share this evening. But I wanted to bring it forward with some of these remarks. I do have a question, though, I guess for city manager or for someone from code enforcement or the DARM department. We heard from Ms. Dickey this evening that she knows of 25 people sharing a care home. They're living in a care home. It's a 2-bedroom home. People are living on the patio. I realize that care homes and boarding houses are not a part of this package this evening. They are. What happens to the 25 if someone from staff can tell me if we go in and we encounter 25 disabled people living in a 2-bedroom home, what happens to those people?
So if you look in the ordinance under, let's see, I'll get you the right section. Section 10-1602 definitions, item F, residential rental unit. It is defined. Rooming houses, boarding houses are included in the definition of a rental unit. So it depends on whether or not it is a group home as defined by the state of California and is being inspected by the state of California, or if it is just simply a rooming house. If it is simply a rooming house, it will have to abide by the standards that are set forth in this, meaning that the property needs to meet the minimum health and safety standards. As it relates to the number of occupants per room, I would defer to the city attorney in terms of how we would address that. There are certain state laws that limit our ability to regulate the number of persons per sleeping and dwelling area, but I don't know what that specific limit is, and I think they're going to give you that specific information.
I guess a follow-up question while they're formulating an answer would be, what happened is, first of all, is it true, and maybe Zach Dara, my very close friend, where are you, Zach? Is it true when we finally went through all the units at Somerset that there were units with 8 and 10 people in them? And what happened to those people? Do we have 8, 10, maybe more, maybe 6 in a 1-2-bedroom place? What happened when code enforcement entered those units? Did they exist? Because the month and a week I was there, it was rumored to be, because the city had not yet gone through each unit. So how did it turn out? What's the truth?
Yes, that's correct. However, I think in reaction to the code enforcement activities that were occurring unit by unit, I think many of those folks went to live with family or found other reasonable accommodations.
Okay, so they left before code came.
That is correct from what I observed.
So and thank you, Zach.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your kind words. Mr. Sloan, what happens? Okay, so they went and found other lodging. What happens when the city enters and Miss Dickey said that there were 40 of these places she knew of, 25 people crammed in a 2-bedroom house? How would this be adjudicated?
Well, in all likelihood, 25 people in a 2-bedroom house would not be legal occupancy. Usually, the occupancy limits are about 2 residents per bedroom plus a resident in a common area. If in that case, then the owner typically would be cited for not being in compliance with the law. And if the tenants were required to be relocated, they might be entitled to relocation benefits.
Well, so it sounds to me like someone who forces 25 disabled people to live in a 2-bedroom home is not exactly concerned with paying them to find another place to live. So they'd have to go, right?
Yes.
Yes, they would have to go. Let me just begin by saying that I join everyone in this room who's in favor of this, and even those who are not, in saying that I want to get to the same place with you all. It's important to me to see a city of Fresno that is clean, that is safe, where kids can walk to school and be safe and not fear. The question is how do we get there? There's no question we have a problem. There's no question we have a big problem. I've seen it out at Somerset in my district. I've been in units operated by slumlords. I've seen it. I've seen the anguish on the faces of the people who live there. So I do believe that it exists. I'm not a substandard housing denier. I believe it because I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. And I agree that it needs to be addressed in the strongest possible way. That's why I joined Councilmember Brandow to co-author the ASSET, the Anti-Slum Enforcement Team. Of course, that was designed to hammer slumlords as hard as they could possibly be hammered, to use a laser-like focus to identify where they are and to clean up those situations. So there's no question what my intentions are. I'm on record with calling for this organization to be ruthless with operators of substandard housing. I have concerns that I just brought up with our city attorney and city staff. I'm concerned that this, and we've heard about it unintended consequences that I don't believe have been adequately explored before we pass this. I'm quite concerned that this piece of legislation will lead to more evictions and even reduced housing stock. I also have grave reservations that the plan simply won't work. We've been assured, look, I was at Somerset, and then I was on Mayor Swearingen's commission, the task force to address this problem. So I've heard everything. I've actually been a part of every single debate in this organization in the past 18 months, including council and that committee. So I've been assured that evictions will not increase. I've been assured that rents will not go up. I've been assured that owners won't take rental units out of the inventory. And how do we know? Because a guy who came to one of the meetings said so. He said that he's a consultant and he's written books, and I don't question his integrity and I don't question his professionalism, but he told our committee a year ago, no, I've never heard of rents going up. I've never heard of increased evictions. And so by voting for this tonight, we're just taking this man's word for it. The reason why, we're taking the guy's word for it because there's never been an adequate study to determine what happened in New Orleans, a like-sized city, when something like this was passed. What happened in other cities when something like this was passed. I'm concerned because it's my goal, as I know it's my council colleagues' goal, as well as our mayor's goal, to see more people housed, not people who are homeless. Because folks who are living in substandard housing only have one place to go if things don't work out for them, and that's the streets or motels in the city of Fresno, and we would like to avoid that. I'd like to go back to the vacant boarded up building ordinance we passed in 2015. And many of you, I look out into the gallery, and many of the people who I see here tonight were here for that vote as well. The vote was actually very similar. A lot of the things that folks were talking about was about neighborhoods and kids. Because kids have to walk past these vacant, blighted monstrosities every day with the trash and the homelessness and the carts, and a lot of the same folks who have advocated for a robust rental inspection program are the same folks who advocated and pushed me to vote for the vacant blighted ordinance. That was a big vote for me, and I ended up supporting that. It was a leap for me because of the whole plexiglass, and the guy threw the baseball through the plexiglass, and that made headlines. And I wasn't sure if I could vote to require that owners put plexiglass on their homes, because I thought, well, this is really interfering in their private business, but this is about neighborhoods, and we have to lift up neighborhoods. And so in the end, I ended up voting for that. Do it, they said, before there's a tragedy. And we voted for it, and it passed, and there was a great big cheer, and everyone went out the back, and this is great, and this is democracy in action, and this is activism, and look how great we all did, and I crossed over to vote for this, and I felt good about it before there's a tragedy. But then what happened? Well, nothing happened. Nothing happened. The first thing that the city of Fresno was supposed to do was start a registry for vacant, blighted homes in our neighborhoods. And we failed. The registry was never done. Okay? And then tragedy did strike. In my district, again, 5 young people burned to death in a vacant building on North Archie Street because they were in there, and God only knows what they were doing in there, but they were having a party or something, and a fire started, and they were killed. So something did happen. We did act, and something still happened. The city has stumbled with the vacant, blighted building ordinance. I didn't hold the city accountable. Nobody held it accountable. The city council didn't hold it accountable. The newspaper of record didn't hold it accountable. The activists, the clergy, Fresno State, nobody held the city accountable for dropping the ball on the vacant, blighted building ordinance. and those remain a stain on our city's landscape. So the reason why I'm putting you all through this is because it matters to me and it's important to me, because I think that this time, if this passes tonight, I think that we all need to recommit ourselves to committing that this city will follow up and do a good job on this. We can't just walk out of here, and that includes myself, and just assume that something's going to be done. The city must be held accountable to doing this. Okay, I'm going to get to the conclusion now. I received an email from a constituent of mine who emails me and says, "I value my right to privacy." This constituent says, "I intend to contact the ACLU to see if they'd be willing to sue on my behalf over the potential invasion of my privacy if I'm told I have no right to refuse entry to someone who wants to come in and look around for safety hazards, which I am not complaining about, which exposes my private home, lifestyle, and property, which he has no right to observe." The constituent says, "We're going to have an unpleasant confrontation when I refuse to let him in and the cops get called. Please address my concern." Well, I join my council colleagues Gary Bredefeld and Steve Brandow in their concern about the Fourth Amendment, which states the government can't search persons, their houses, papers, or effects unless a search warrant has been issued upon probable cause. There are all kinds of nonprofit left constitutional think tanks and right constitutional think tanks that have weighed in on this very same issue. So it's not a Democrat or Republican issue. I think mandatory rental inspections violate the Fourth Amendment. A short intrusion can reveal very personal information about one's religion, political beliefs, emotional or mental state, hobbies, sexual orientation, and or gender identity. I don't believe people should lose their privacy rights simply because they're renting a property. I guess I do have a question for staff. Are our inspectors going to be mandatory reporters? I didn't remember seeing anything in the legislation that discusses what they do if they find instances of elder abuse or child abuse or a pot grow. What kind of direction is staff going to give on something like that?
We do that now.
Okay, so
if we feel we come across a case of especially child abuse or elder abuse or anything like that, we immediately notify the authorities. If it's the county health department or if it's the Fresno Police Department, and as you know, some of the times that we've done some of our inspections, our Fresno Police Department is working with us when we go in to do some of these inspections. And very quickly, just for the record, as far as the receivership of the vacant building ordinance, it's been particularly the home that you mentioned, we are pursuing receivership against that property owner. And we are pursuing actions against some of these other property owners under the administrative hearing process. And if you recall, council member, this council approved an amendment to the code that required the hearing officer to compel the property owner to correct those issues found. So not only have we done the registry, we are taking steps like we have in the last year to also deal with the vacant building issue.
Thank you, City Manager. Well, it's such an issue of concern to folks that other cities, including San Luis Obispo, just over the hill from us, requires the inspectors who do these rental inspections to wear a body cam. And there's nothing in this about our people wearing a body cam. I think that would be a good idea, not only to protect the people who live in the units, but also to protect our inspectors. And I mean, I just think that if we're having police officers wear body cams, that I think that it's something that we could talk about in this situation. But it's funny and it's comical, but in other municipalities across the country, they're having a serious debate over why not wear body cams. So I'm not bringing this up to be obstructionist or ridiculous, but it's something that I think that is worth at least a mention, because they're having serious debates about this around the country. Basically, I'll wrap it up because I know that people aren't here to listen to all this. But I would like to offer two friendly amendments to the motion, just in the name of maybe heading off the lawsuits that the city of Fresno could come across in terms of the inspections, and anybody who doesn't want to, who believes their rights may be violated by having someone come in. So the first one would be for you, Councilmember Baines, to include the following language, and also Mayor, because I understand that if we go, and Mayor, could you explain it, because you explained it to me before, if one of our inspectors goes to a unit, and the tenant says no, what is the city's policy? Because it's not exactly codified in these documents.
Go out, again, it's a sampling. So if one tenant says no, or we can't gain access because no one's home, then we'll just move on to another one.
Well, if you can't gain access because no one's home, but what if, so if they say, I don't want you in because I'm a tenant and I'm a king in my four walls and I don't want you in here,
then we'd ask the property owner to allow us access to another unit.
Okay, is there a way that we could put that language in?
It's already there.
It is in there? Can you where is that? No, I understand that, but okay, so here's the language that I'd like to see there. Tenants living in units selected for inspection have the opportunity to decline a rental inspection. So it's an opt-out. Member Baines. And then the other one would be, the city of Fresno or its agents are hereby prohibited from seeking any administrative warrants to search apartments.
So I'll deal with we'll kind of take them in order, Councilmember Olivier. The first one, essentially, you're asking for tenants to be able to opt out of the inspection program?
People who believe their privacy is being violated by an inspection.
Okay. So let's do this first. I've been wanting to ask this, and City Attorney, do in fact we have any Fourth Amendment issues with this policy as proposed tonight?
The way it would work is that the city can ask for a voluntary permission to enter the unit for an inspection. If that's refused, the city has the option to go to court and obtain an inspection warrant. The inspection warrant would require at least 24 hours notice to the tenant that the court approved the warrant and we would be coming in for an inspection. The Fourth Amendment permits warrants under two circumstances, either a probable cause that there's a violation or the inspection is pursuant to a regulatory system like is being proposed here.
So I just want to be, and I wanted to ask for clarification to consider your amendment. But first we had to deal with the Fourth Amendment issue because I've heard a lot about it tonight, and it seems as though we don't have one. So I just wanted that to be clear for the record. I think that we don't have Fourth Amendment issues with the way this policy is being proposed. Now that being aside, I don't necessarily think what you're asking is unwarranted to some degree, but I like to know if a tenant has the ability to, if they have the ability to say no already.
It depends on the situation. For example, and I will use the asset team that the council members continue to refer to, which, as we know, is the more aggressive approach and reflective of a lot of the things that have been now in place and over several months. We have run the costs, and I'll use asset. When we find a facility or an apartment complex that is in such a bad state of disrepair that we've done a complete noticing of the property, and we do that well in advance of that inspection.
Sometimes we even use some support from firm, agencies like firm, to bridge the language barrier so people understand what's going on, because some landlords will tell the tenant that if you say anything to our inspectors, you will be evicted. So in some cases, we haven't been able to gain access to a unit, not necessarily because of the tenant, but because of the property owner. After numerous noticings and numerous efforts to try to gain access, this will be no different under asset than it has been under stop, the city can, and city has, sought a warrant to gain access to the unit. Interestingly enough, my experience has been, once I have that warrant, the landlord somehow is able to find a way to open the door. So we haven't had to use a locksmith, but my point is that tool is already readily available to us, and we will use it and have used it again if we need to.
Councilmember? Yeah, no, that's fine. I know when I'm beaten. Don't worry about it. Well, listen, I appreciate that. Are you withdrawing the request? Yeah, I'm withdrawing the request. And listen, but I want to acknowledge, because I know who you are, that I understand your passion for protecting the rights of people, particularly Fourth Amendment rights. So I understand. Thank you. From the area which you were coming from with that amendment. I don't think that we'll be able to do it tonight, though. Thank you. All right, the screen is clear. Does anybody have any final comments? All right, let's vote electronically. Motion carries 4 yes, 3 no. Council members Greta Feld, Brandow, and Olivier voting no. Thank you all for coming. No, he never came up. Oh, I was gonna say he never came up. I was hitting yes. Well.